Chapter 1023. The stronghold was at the edge of the heaven region, just like how the meteorite city in the northwest was compared to the central region. However, the heaven and earth spiritual chi in the stronghold was more than 10 times denser than the central region. There were also traces of source energy for many peerless martial artists to cultivate. Therefore, the martial artists born in the stronghold were much better off than the people of the Xianling continent in all aspects. Naturally, they could advance much faster. Of course, there were some peerless geniuses among them. Yin Shui was one of the more famous geniuses in the stronghold. She was born in the 10,000 Sword sect, which was one of the top forces in the stronghold. She had been cleansed by all kinds of holy items since she was young, creating a demonic body that was close to a divine body. Her cultivation speed was many times faster than her peers. She had reached the mystic the arch level before the age of 40. Then, she reached the saint level before the age of 100. After that, she reached the middle stage of the holy emperor level in a few hundred years. She did not rely on elixirs to break through. She had achieved all these through her own hard work. Although Tenbin was not the best in the stronghold, she was definitely one of the best. In the whole world, those who reached the holy emperor level were all people who were thousands of years old. Yin Shui had always been proud of her Tenbin cultivation. However, when she suddenly found out that there was a genius who was several times more monstrous than her, she still felt a little confused. If some geniuses obtained some kind of heaven-defying inheritance and could reach the saint level before the age of 100, it might not be surprising. However, for someone like Ling Xiao, who had not only reached the saint level, but was also a genuine great saint master, she felt that it was very unbelievable. We must recruit a genius like young mistress into the sect. I believe the sect leader will like her very much. A high-level holy emperor transmitted a message to Yin Shui. I know what I am doing. Yin Shui replied. Then, she looked at Ling Xiao and said with a faint smile, as expected of brother demonic emperor's only successor. You are indeed more youthful than the master. You flatter me. Ling Xiao bowed slightly to Yin Shui. He didn't know if Yin Shui was related to his master, so he didn't dare to address her as such. Hehe, you don't have to be so distant. Just call me Marshal. Marshal uncle. Your master and I are sworn siblings. Yin Shui had revealed her and the Dark Emperor's identities, and her words had undoubtedly pulled the distance between her and Ling Xiao closer. Ling Xiao glanced at Feng Qingyuan and saw Feng Qingyuan nodding with a smile. He immediately bowed and said, Xiao heir greets Marshal uncle. Huh, good, big brother demonic emperor has taken in a good disciple. Not only is he outstanding, he's also handsome. You're even more likable than your master. I have a gift for you. Yin Shui smiled, and an item appeared in her hand. As soon as this item appeared, there was an extremely cold feeling within 5,000 kilometers. It was a piece of ice that radiated a dense ice-attributed origin energy. Weaker cultivators would not be able to endure the waves of cold that came from it. Ice Soul Crystal Stone. When Ling Xiao saw that item, he couldn't help but exclaim. It seems like you have some eyesight. I know that you cultivate multiple attributes like your master. I believe this Ice Soul Crystal Stone will be of some use to you. Yin Shui said. Marshal uncle, isn't this gift too expensive? Ling Xiao licked his lips and said. His expression had already betrayed his thoughts. Such a sacred object of the ice attribute was the most valuable treasure that any warrior of the ice attribute would pursue. Ling Xiao also had the ice attribute, so this Ice Soul Crystal Stone would naturally be of great benefit to him. Take it. This is a gift from Marshal uncle. You can't be so disrespectful, right? Yin Shui chuckled. Feng Qingyuan also said from the side, Xiao, just accept it. In any case, your martial uncle is rich and overbearing, what's there to be afraid of? Then I won't stand on ceremony. Thank you, martial uncle. Ling Xiao happily received the Ice Soul Crystal Stone. This sacred item could increase the speed at which a saint could advance towards the Holy Emperor, so Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't reject it. "Oh right, did you guys start a war with the Ghastly Drake sect?" Yin Shui cut to the chase. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "We did start a war. They just retreated a day ago, and we were planning to charge straight into their lair." Yin Shui glanced at the people from the allied forces, and a look of surprise appeared in her proud eyes. She said, "Since when did these second-rate forces have a high-level holy emperor?" After pausing for a moment, she seemed to have thought of something. She looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Did you refine the holy emperor pill that allowed them to break through?" Before Ling Xiao could reply, Feng Qingyuan had already answered on his behalf, "If it wasn't for this brat, how could there be such a big commotion? The charm of a great saint master is indeed extraordinary." Yin Shui sighed softly, then said, "It's just that if we were to rely on this motley crew to fight against the Ghastly Drake sect, I'm afraid the entire army will be annihilated." "Why do you say that, martial uncle? Could it be that the Ghastly Drake sect still has something to rely on?" Ling Xiao asked in astonishment. "Of course. Although they are the weakest of the four great powers, if they didn't have something to rely on, how could they have survived until now?" Yin Shui asked. "Could it be that the three high-level holy emperors Yin Ba and demonic guiding lantern aren't the real powerhouses?" Ling Xiao guessed and exclaimed. Yin Shui said, "This is only the strength they are relying on the surface. What is truly troublesome is the Yinba heavenly cycle formation." "Yinba heavenly cycle formation?" Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. "This is a formation formed by 108 holy emperors Yinba. Once all of them use this formation, even a high-level holy emperor will die in the face of it. This is a great formation that they have accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years, and they won't use it easily. This is something that one of my sect's ancestors told me," Yin Shui said. Ling Xiao naturally knew that some formations had heaven-defying abilities. For example, the formation formed by some of the warriors that Xianyao had trained could also fight against warriors 1 or 2 levels higher than them without falling into a disadvantageous position. "Is there no way to break it?" Ling Xiao asked somewhat unwillingly. "Apart from forcefully destroying all of these Yinba, we can also kill the person controlling the Yinba. Then, everything will not be a problem. However, that person is definitely not easy to deal with. His strength is at least at the peak of the Holy Emperor's level. Other than an absolute powerhouse that doesn't come out, it is almost impossible to deal with him. So, you have to consider whether or not to attack the Ghastly Drake sect," Yin Shui said clearly. Ling Xiao seemed a little hesitant. Was it even possible to kill such a terrifying existence? "Do I just give up like this?" Ling Xiao thought to himself. "Xiao, let's go down first. Think about it carefully. Why don't we just go to the heaven region and deal with them when we come back one day?" Feng Qingyuan suggested. Ling Xiao nodded and descended from the sky with the rest of the group. Ling Xiao was the middleman. He introduced Yi Chengrong, Huang Mantang, and the others to Yin Shui. Yi Chengrong and Huang Mantang did not expect that Ling Xiao would actually have such powerful reinforcements. That was the Holy Emperor, the strongest force in the stronghold. Their battle strength was definitely not something that their allied forces could compare to. Yi Chengrong, Huang Mantang, and the others were already overjoyed. With such powerful reinforcements, they were already much more confident in dealing with the Ghastly Drake sect. At the same time, they respected Ling Xiao even more from the bottom of their hearts. Any great saint master that could be linked to the Myriad Sword sect naturally had an even more extraordinary identity. Ling Xiao looked up at the falling snowflakes and struggled incessantly in his heart. If he fought, he did not have enough strength to rely on. If he did not fight, then his plan this time would be ruined, and those who died would be in vain. "No. I cannot back down. The sky suppression drum must be retrieved. Although that Inba heavenly cycle formation is extraordinary, it is not unbreakable. I have the help of the heavenly fire. Any Inba is just an inanimate object in my eyes. They are all dregs. The ghastly Drake sect must be destroyed. An unyielding will soared in Ling Zhao's heart as he shouted. The brave were invincible and indomitable. This was precisely the philosophy that had allowed Ling Zhao to continuously prosper. Have you made up your mind? Yin Shui asked when she sensed Ling Zhao's strange fluctuations. Yes, the ghastly Drake sect must be destroyed. Please lend me a hand, martial uncle. Ling Zhao nodded and replied softly. I can deal with many people from the ghastly Drake sect, but I still can't deal with the Yinba heavenly cycle formation. Yin Shui replied very directly. Don't worry, I'll break that heavenly cycle formation. You just need to help me restrain the person in charge of the formation. Ling Zhao said with incomparable confidence. Zhao, don't be impulsive. You're still young and have a long way to go. Are you afraid that you won't be able to destroy a mere ghastly Drake sect? Feng Qingyuan advised again. Ling Zhao shook his head and said, if we can't even deal with the ghastly Drake sect, how can we establish ourselves in the heaven region in the future? Believe in my master's wife, we will definitely win. Seeing that Ling Zhao had said so, the two women did not say anything else. However, Yin Shui found it strange. Where did the evil emperor's disciple get such strong confidence from? He was only a middle-stage saint. Even if he had the ability to fight above his level, he was only a high-stage saint. Could it be that he was young and impetuous and did not care about the consequences? Or did he have some hidden trump card that no one knew about? With the addition of the 30 Holy Emperor brought by Yin Shui, the coalition army's momentum had become completely different. They were all full of confidence as they advanced towards the ghastly Drake sect's territory. The ghastly Drake sect's subsidiary forces were already aware of their arrival and had already retreated to the ghastly Drake sect's headquarters. When all the subsidiary forces of the ghastly Drake sect gathered together, it was definitely a very terrifying force. Countless Yin demons and corpse demons were the nightmares of any martial artist. They were not afraid of pain or death, and it was difficult for anyone to kill them in a short period of time. These were the puppet warriors that the ghastly Drake sect relied on the most. Ling Zhao and the others had already arrived near the ghastly Drake sect's spatial base. This was a dangerous place filled with death aura. Once any martial artist below the Saint realm entered this place, they would immediately be entangled and corroded by this death aura. Their vitality would constantly weaken until they could not get rid of the death aura and finally died. This was similar to the situation Ling Zhao experienced in Wind Cloud City, but the death aura here was much stronger and more terrifying. Ordinary saints had to use spatial energy to isolate themselves layer by layer to not be harmed. Chapter 1024. All the holy emperors had gathered in the ghastly Drake sect. This was a battle that they could not afford to ignore. Their opponents already had 2 high-level saint kings. This was enough to make any one of them pay attention to them. The Yin Ghost Mother listened to the report with a gloomy face. Her expression became more and more unsightly, especially when she heard that someone had taken out a light attribute divine mirror. This was definitely a divine weapon that could restrain the ghastly Drake sect. This made her feel that the situation had exceeded her expectations. Ghost Mother, we must summon the demonic guiding lantern and control the invaders one by one. They won't be able to return, the bald Holy Emperor said. This time, he had brought 3 high-ranking Holy Emperor Yin demons, but they had returned empty-handed. He wanted to capture all the invaders and refine them into Yin demons or corpse demons. Don't worry. Since they have the guts to invade our ghastly Drake sect, there will naturally be a feast waiting for them. The Yin Ghost Mother exuded a strong killing intent. She then looked at Hey Mo and said, Hey Mo, you have been in our sect for many years. Today, I will give you a chance to make a contribution. You will hold the demonic guiding lantern and kill the invaders one by one. Are you confident? As soon as she finished speaking, all the Holy Emperor's gazes fell on Mo. They did not hide the jealousy in their eyes. Ghost Mother, he is at most a low-ranking Holy Emperor. How can he use our sect's divine item? I will be the first to disagree, the bald Holy Emperor said indignantly. As soon as he finished speaking, another person said, "That's right. This matter is of great importance. How can we let such a weak person be our leader so easily? Ghost Mother, please fight them personally. Try to keep them all here and show the ghastly Drake sect's divine might." No one in the hall supported the Ghost Mother's decision because Mo had not been in the ghastly Drake sect for long. Although he had the strength of a Holy Emperor, he did not have any prestige in the ghastly Drake sect. It was normal that he did not have the support of others. The Ghost Mother didn't reply to them. Instead, she looked at Mo tenderly and said, "Show them your true strength. Otherwise, you won't be able to control the demonic guiding lamp." Mo sneered and took 2 steps forward. He coldly stared at the Holy Emperor and said, "The demonic guiding lantern is controlled by a capable person. I, Mo, am stronger than all of you. Therefore, aside from Mother Harpy, only I can control the demonic guiding lantern." As soon as he finished speaking, balls of blood chi instantly erupted from his body. The strength of a low-level Holy Emperor instantly shot up to the mid-level Holy Emperor realm. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary Holy Emperor realm, but the mid-level of a mid-level Holy Emperor. However, his aura also contained a frightening blood chi. A ball of black chi began to gather above his head and finally turned into the image of a heavenly demon. It looked demonic and sinister, with 2 horns on its head, long and bloodthirsty fangs, and a pair of fleshy wings. It held the heavenly demon's staff in its hand like an ancient demon, giving off a terrifying pressure of bloodlust, hostility, madness, and many other negative emotions. Heavenly demon descends. Descends. He's actually a heavenly demon descends. That's the legendary greatest demon sovereign, the heavenly demon lord who once unified the demon world. I feel my realm being suppressed. It's too scary. I'm willing to submit to the heavenly demon lord. We're willing to submit to the heavenly demon lord. The holy emperors in the main hall all cried out in alarm, their expressions filled with incomparable shock. Those who had only just entered the Holy Emperor realm were unable to resist this terrifying pressure and directly knelt on the ground. The others had no choice but to circulate their strength to resist this pressure that came from the source. Even the Ghost Mother, who was sitting on the throne, revealed a shocked expression, as if this was the first time she had seen Black Demon's true strength. She gradually felt that things were getting out of her control, but she also discovered that Black Demon was even more attractive to her at this moment, causing her heart to ripple. She wished that she could immediately submit to him. Black Demon crossed his arms over his chest and coldly said, "Do I have the qualifications to control the demonic guiding lamp?" There was silence in the hall, and no one raised any objections. Alright, since there are no more objections, then the demonic guiding lamp will be controlled by Black Demon. Let him lead everyone to kill this motley crew and leave none alive. Ghost Mother took the opportunity to speak. Immediately after, a black lamp flew out from her spatial ring. There were many holes on the lamp, and the tiny holes were suffused with a demonic scarlet color. They were like demonic eyes that could easily cause people to sink into oblivion. Alright, all of you immediately go out and fight those impatient bastards. We can't afford to lose this time. Ghost Mother ordered. This time, all the top experts of the Ghastly Drake sect moved out at the same time, and the two great forces finally welcomed the fiercest clash. Ling Xiao, Yi Chengrong, Huang Mantang, and the others, as well as the Holy Emperor led by Yin Shui from the Myriad Sword sect, had already gathered near the Ghastly Drake sect spatial zone. The deathly aura here caused everyone present to be extremely cautious. Once one breathed in the deathly aura, it would affect one's vitality and shorten one's lifespan. Even saints had to be careful. The ghastly Drake sect's deathly aura formation has already been set up nearby. Anyone below the saint stage will undoubtedly die once they enter. Saints must also be careful, or else their vitality will be corroded and absorbed by the mother formation in the ghastly Drake sect. This is also the reason why the ghastly Drake sect has the spring of life. Yin Shui explained to Ling Xiao through voice transmission. Ling Xiao nodded to indicate that he understood. He had seen the power of the demon child formation before, and this place was definitely much more terrifying than the one he had encountered before. Ah! Suddenly, a few screams came from the crowd. Everyone looked over and saw that several saints had been entangled by the deathly aura. Their vitality was immediately extracted, and they actually fell to the ground and died just like that. It was also at this moment that a voice came from an unknown corner. "How dare you trespass into the ghastly Drake sect's territory? All of you shall die." As the voice fell, countless deathly aura actually started to surge. Waves of corrosive power could even invade the power of space, making it impossible to guard against. Not good, everyone be careful. The power of this deathly aura is increasing. Hurry up and strengthen your defense. Yi Chengrong shouted in alarm and then slapped his palm in a direction. Ah! The person from the ghastly Drake sect who had spoken just now was immediately blasted into a bloody mist. "Why don't we work together and disperse this deathly aura?" Huang Mantang suggested. Yin Shui said, "It's useless. This place is controlled by the formation, and the deathly aura has already accumulated to a very dense level. Even if it is dispersed, it will continue to spread out endlessly. The only way is to quickly charge into the ghastly Drake sect spatial base. Everyone, use your spatial energy to form a barrier to prevent the deathly aura from entering your body." With that, Yin Shui was the first to control her power to form an enormous spatial energy in front of her, isolating the surging deathly aura. The others followed suit and erupted with their own strength. A large amount of spatial energy began to form a small spatial barrier, isolating the deathly aura outside the spatial barrier. Everyone began to quickly rush forward, trying to pass through this deathly aura as soon as possible. At the same time, the Yin Ba and corpse demons of the ghastly Drake sect began to appear in large numbers. They were dead to begin with, so they were completely immune to the deathly aura. The Yin Ba and the corpse demons attacked at the same time. Their terrifying attack power was not inferior to anyone present. They broke through the defensive spatial energy of the saints, and the deathly aura immediately attacked their bodies. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Many of the Holy Emperors began to take action, killing the Yin Ba and the corpse demons. Only by getting rid of these restraints as soon as possible would the other saints have a chance to survive. The sounds of intense battle began to ring out incessantly, and the sounds of miserable screams also rang out incessantly. One by one, the saints were entangled by the Yin Ba and the corpse demons. Once their defenses collapsed, the deathly aura would immediately take their lives. "You pieces of trash dare to offend our ghastly Drake sect? Die!" A holy emperor of the ghastly Drake sect let out a sinister laugh. Immediately after, his figure began to hide in the deathly aura and began to attack the holy emperor of the allied forces. The sounds of killing filled the sky, and the power of attributes continuously exploded out. When the allied forces were attacked, they immediately showed signs of collapse. Everyone seemed incomparably panicked, but some of them couldn't help but flee. If this continued, they would be defeated before they even reached the other party's space realm. At this moment, an excited voice rang out, "Everyone, don't panic. This deathly aura can't do anything to us." Immediately after, a huge suction force began to surge, and the deathly aura actually swept in one direction. And in the center of the deathly aura, there was no doubt that it was Ling Xiao. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years the deathly aura had accumulated here, and how many millions of people had been buried here. This was also the reason why even saints were immediately deprived of their vitality when they were entangled by the deathly aura. The deathly aura continued to gather on Ling Xiao's body, wrapping him up into a large black cocoon. It was incomparably shocking. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao was courting death by doing this. One had to know that even if the Holy Emperor absorbed this deathly aura, he would not be able to expel it in a short period of time. Yet, Ling Xiao was absorbing it like this. How could he still be alive? Does this kid want to die? Yin Shui cried out in alarm, and wanted to take action to expel the deathly aura from Ling Xiao's body. However, Feng Qingyuan held her hand and said, Yin Shui, don't be rash. Xiao is not a reckless person. He has many mysterious powers that we cannot understand. Yin Shui looked at Feng Qingyuan in astonishment, then looked in the direction of Ling Xiao. In the end, she sensed that Ling Xiao's aura was not affected at all, and only then did she relax. The deathly aura that filled the sky formed a natural barrier in the vicinity, causing many experts in the stronghold to be helpless. But now, the deathly aura actually started to gradually decrease and weaken. The thick and sticky power had already weakened a lot, and it could not cause much damage to the saints. For a time, the people of the allied army started to stabilize their morale, and they started to fight and kill the people of the Yin Drake sect. Since you dare to offend the Yin Drake sect, then all of you will become Yin Ba. A cold voice suddenly sounded out. Chapter 1025. Many top-notch experts of the ghastly Drake sect appeared. The person in the lead was the Black Devil, who had been ordered to go to battle. The dragon he was riding on was actually a level 9 demon dragon. That huge and slender black dragon body was covered in dragon scales that were as hard as steel. There was a bone spur that extended from its head to its tail on its back, making it look extremely ferocious. It roared, and the vast and mighty dark dragon might directly shocked the heavens and earth. This was not a pure dark elemental true dragon. It probably contained other bloodlines. It had not truly evolved into a true dragon, but it could definitely be considered a top-notch holy beast. The people of the allied forces could not help but look at him. All of their expressions became extremely solemn. This level 9 demonic dragon alone was enough to wipe out many level 9 holy beasts. It must be known that this existence, which was closest to a true dragon, had abnormal combat strength. The Black Devil was like a heavenly devil as he sneered from high above. All of you shall become the captives of the ghastly Drake sect. A black magic guiding lamp instantly appeared in the Black Devil's hand. He channeled a wave of power into the magic guiding lamp and muttered some incantation. Soon after, rays of bloody red light shot out from the holes of the lamp. Waves of strange aura kept bursting out. These bloody red lights landed on the dozen or so people of the allied forces nearby. Their expressions immediately became extremely lifeless. Their eyes became unfocused as if they had lost their souls and could not control themselves. Oh no, everyone, disperse quickly. That's the magic guiding lamp. Don't let the light shine on you. It will make you lose your nature. Huang Mantang was the first to exclaim. At the same time, he attacked with the holy weapon in his hand at the Black Devil with all his might. He wanted to stop the Black Devil from activating the magic guiding lamp. However, when Huang Mantang attacked, the 3 high-ranking Holy Emperor's shadow demons also appeared instantly. One of them immediately went to meet him. The other 2 attacked Yi Qingrong and the other high-level Holy Emperor of the 10,000 Sword sect. The bald Holy Emperor, who was controlling the 3 high-ranked Holy Emperor, had already noticed the difference in the strength of the allied army. He looked at the 30 Holy Emperor's uniforms with the same symbol, and his eyes narrowed. He couldn't help but whisper, "Why are the myriad sword sects people here? This is bad. We have to go back and have Mother Harpy and the old Holy Emperor come." The bald-headed Saint Emperor knew that this was an opportunity and immediately escaped into space to ask for reinforcements. Black Demon rode on his demonic dragon and showed his might. A high-tier sacred sword from the myriad sword sect slashed at him. Black Demon wasn't afraid of the high-grade Holy Sword's attack. A black Sky Demon staff appeared in his other hand. The ferocious-looking Sky Demon staff clashed with the high-grade Holy Emperor with a ferocious aura. Boom boom boom. Powerful energies collided, causing the world to tremble. Ling Xiao, who was on the battlefield, was surrounded by a large amount of deathly aura. No one dared to approach the incomparably dense deathly aura, not even the Holy Emperor. Yuro Fei and Sha Tian were not far from him, and they destroyed all the Yin Ba and corpse demons that wanted to approach. Not far from them, a figure quietly attacked. He was hidden in the crowd, and like a hungry wolf, he stared at Yuro Fei with greed in his eyes. Although it's only a light attribute divine artifact, after I snatch it, I'll go to the heaven formation and exchange it in the heaven realm. When that time comes, I, Gue Lair, can go wherever I want. This person was Gue Lair, who had stolen Ling Xiao's heaven-suppressing drum. He knew that Yuro Fei had the Mirror of Tranquility, but he was not of the light attribute. Even if he obtained the Mirror of Tranquility, he could not use it. However, he had other plans. Now that he had the sky-suppressing drum, he had an ultimate killing weapon. He would never reveal it unless it was a critical moment. If he aroused the scorn of others, he might not be able to protect the sky-suppressing drum alone. He had his own plans. He no longer planned to stay in the Ghastly Drake sect, and he did not even plan to stay in the fortress. At this time, he had no choice but to take out the heaven-suppressing drum for the Mirror of Tranquility. As long as he killed Yuro Fei, he could obtain her Mirror of Tranquility, and then he could escape far away. However, just as he was about to take out the heaven-suppressing drum, a dense icy cold sword shadow swept towards him. Gue Lair's eyes twitched, and a ghost axe appeared in his hand to meet the sword shadows. Clang clang clang. Give back my martial nephew's things. A delicate shout rang out. A beautiful figure and an ice bird had already flown through the air and arrived in front of Gue Lair. The ice sword of Absolute Zero carried a terrifying killing power as it kept colliding. The endless sword momentum forced the Ghost Lair to deal with it in a difficult situation. Damn it, where did this stinky woman come from? How dare she ruin my plans? Gue Lair quivered and cursed under his breath. He immediately summoned his Yin Ba to deal with Yin Shui. After all, the Holy Emperor of the Ghastly Drake sect had spent a lot of time studying and refining Yin Ba and corpse demons all year round. They had absolutely no advantage in terms of combat power. However, Yin Shui was the daughter of the Myriad Sword sect master, a genius of the fortress. She had the ability to fight above her level. It was naturally difficult for Gue Lair to deal with her. It seems that if I don't let you know how powerful I am, you won't be tactful. Yin Shui shouted and changed her sword move. The dense and continuous attack instantly became simple. Finally, it turned into 3 sword shadows and slashed towards Gue Lair with the power to tear the world apart. 3 ultimate ice slashes. Gue Lair tried his best to block it, but he found that the 3 swords seemed to be nothing special except that they were a little powerful. However, just as he was about to counterattack, a wave of cold hidden force instantly erupted again. Bang! 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 3 consecutive ice blades in front of Gue Lair exploded at the same time. Each explosion contained a terrifying energy, as if a 10,000-year-old iceberg had collapsed. Not only did it contain the horror of a natural disaster, but it also contained an extremely cold aura. It surrounded the surroundings and froze everything into ice sculptures. Gue Yu's body was blasted back again and again. Mouthfuls of blood kept flowing out of his mouth. His clothes were tattered, and his body was instantly frozen by the ice chi, causing him to temporarily lose the ability to resist. Yin Shui was like a fairy walking on the waves. She stepped on the void, and the cold sword chi once again swept towards Gue Lair. No. I absolutely can't die. I still have to go to the heaven domain. Gue Lair roared and summoned more than a dozen corpse demons from his space ring. They stood in front of Yin Shui and blocked Yin Shui's cold sword qi. These corpse demons only had the strength of a saint, so they were directly smashed into powder by Yin Shui's sword qi. Taking advantage of this moment, Gu'er quickly took out the sky-suppressing drum. He showed an extremely ferocious look and exclaimed, "Bitch, go to hell." After saying that, Gu'er concentrated all his strength on his palm and slammed it down on the sky-suppressing drum. However, at this moment, a dazzling light broke through the void and shot straight towards him. Gu'er's raised hand instantly froze, and he could no longer move. His heart sank. It's over. Subsequently, an extremely cold strand of sword qi pierced through the top of his head and minced him into a puddle of icy cold blood. A delicate hand grabbed the sky-suppressing drum that was about to fall to the ground. Could this really be the legendary ancient divine artifact, the sky-suppressing drum? Yin Shui's beautiful eyes showed great surprise. She clearly recognized the origin of the drum. She didn't have much time to think about it. She temporarily put away the sky-suppressing drum and nodded at Fei in the distance. Yin Shui didn't hesitate and once again charged in another direction. At this time, the battle between the two sides had reached a white-hot stage. Fierce fighting waves and countless shouts of killing rang out. None of the people who were fighting noticed that this place, which had been filled with a strong death aura for hundreds of thousands of miles, had gradually become clear, and the death aura was almost negligible. In this space, only a huge black cocoon still existed, but it was also becoming smaller and smaller. Finally, the black cocoon completely disappeared, revealing a handsome and tall figure. Who else could it be but Ling Xiao? All the death qi here had been completely absorbed by Ling Xiao. No, it should be completely absorbed by the Khanate chilling wind bead. When the death qi disappeared, Ling Xiao didn't immediately join the battle. His eyes were still closed, as if he was waiting for something. Boom! Suddenly, the Khanate chilling wind bead in his sea of consciousness released a powerful force. It had broken through a level, and waves of Yin Qi were constantly being fed back to Ling Xiao. Back in the 9 layers of the spatial barrier, the Khanate chilling wind bead had already absorbed a lot of origin energy, making it much bigger and reaching a critical point. The death qi had helped it break through this critical point and reach the next level of power. The bead had become a little bigger than the demonic heavenly fire bead. It was obvious that its power had surpassed the demonic heavenly fire bead. As Ling Xiao received the surging power, his meridians felt swollen and painful, as if they could burst at any time. His divine technique began to circulate rapidly, and the 5-colored dantian kept absorbing the power. His aura instantly soared. Ling Xiao had only just broken through to the mid-level saint level, and his realm could only be said to have just stabilized, but this power forcefully increased his strength. His original mid-level saint level had soared to the peak of the mid-level saint level, and it seemed like it was still going to increase. This power was actually comparable to the accumulation of hundreds or even thousands of years of cultivation by any saint, and it was helping him break through to the high-level saint level. No, if this goes on, it will impact my foundation. I have to use all my strength to suppress it. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth, and his divine technique kept compressing the power, not letting it rush to the next level. The power was still increasing, but it was constantly being suppressed by Ling Xiao. In the end, it swelled to the point that his body almost couldn't take it anymore. Brat, you actually broke through it this time. Go to hell. A cold voice rang out beside Ling Xiao. Chapter 1026. A holy emperor who was hiding like a shadow appeared out of thin air with a black serpent sword in his hand, stabbing towards Ling Xiao's heart. This expert known as the Shadow Emperor was a top expert of the Ghastly Drake sect who specialized in assassinations or spying. He had already reached the peak of the mid-level Holy Emperor. His concealment was not much weaker than Sha Tian's. He was like a flickering shadow, unfathomable. Moreover, he had a way to resist the deathly aura. Even Eurofei and Sha Tian could not detect him when he suddenly attacked. The black serpent sword was like a venomous snake hiding in the grass that suddenly shot out to bite. It was impossible to defend against. Ling Zhao's strength was being forcibly increased by a large amount of feedback energy. He was almost unable to suppress this energy and was about to reach the high-level saint level. The Shadow Emperor suddenly appeared and pierced his heart with a sword. Stop! Eurofei and Sha Tian finally realized that someone was ambushing them. They cried out in alarm and rushed over to help as fast as they could. Unfortunately, they were too far away and could not make it in time. Ling Zhao's hair stood on end. The Holy Emperor's full-force attack was not a joke. Even with the defense of a high-level saint-level physical body, he still felt extreme pain. Just in time. Ling Zhao endured the pain and cried out. The excess energy from the Khanate Sinister Wind Pearl was transferred by Ling Zhao to his heart. He used all his strength to resist the energy that was about to stab into his heart. Bang! Ling Zhao's energy was released, and he was sent flying hundreds of meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but only a shallow wound was left on his chest. The Holy Emperor did not expect Ling Zhao's counterforce to be so powerful. He was actually sent flying more than 10 meters away. The web between his thumb and forefinger felt numb. If it was a low-level Holy Emperor, he would probably have been injured. He had to stop and wanted to give chase. However, he sensed an intense danger coming from behind him. Without thinking, he immediately used a concealment technique to hide himself completely. However, a vast and dazzling ray of light directly illuminated him to the point where he had nowhere to hide, and even caused his body to freeze in a stiff position. Sha Tian attacked without hesitation. The sword ray slashed across the Shadow Emperor's neck. Puff! The Shadow Emperor did not even have the chance to scream before his head was separated. Shao, are you all right? Eurofei rushed over to Ling Zhao and asked anxiously. Ling Zhao stood up and shook his head. He smiled faintly. I'm fine. It's all thanks to him. The excess energy in his body had been vented, and his condition was much better than before. His current strength had also reached the perfected mid-level saint realm, and if he wanted to, he could directly reach the strength of a high-level saint at any time. However, he had just broken through to the mid-level saint realm not too long ago, and it was really inadvisable for him to make another breakthrough in such a short period of time. Moreover, he was on the battlefield now, and if he were to be ambushed after he had just broken through, he would definitely suffer from qi deviation. That was why he had compressed his energy, and would only make another breakthrough when his mental state was perfect in the future. At this moment, another group of people came out of the Ghastly Drake sect spatial base. You people dare to invade my Ghastly Drake sect. Today, I'll make all of you stay and become the Ghastly Drake sect's disciples. Mother Een Ghost shouted with an extremely ferocious expression. Following that, a strange-looking spiritual beast appeared next to her and roared incessantly. At the same time, she waved in the direction of Black Devil. The magic guiding lantern flew toward her without her knowing. 10,000 souls return. Mother Een Ghost sent streams of energy into the magic guiding lantern, causing its power to increase greatly. All of the lantern holes released a scarlet light. Quick! Everyone, avoid these lights! A high-level Holy Emperor from the Myriad Sword sect exclaimed. At the same time, a shield appeared in his hand and blocked in front of him. However, he reacted quickly. The others did not. Many of the saints and holy emperors of the allied army could not react in time. They were all illuminated by the light, and their expressions immediately became dazed. The magic guiding lantern was originally Mother Een Ghost's possession. Black Devil could not even use a tenth of its power. However, Mother Een Ghost was able to achieve such an effect with a single move. It was indeed the power of a semi-divine weapon. Even Feng Qingyuan, who possessed the wind attribute, could not avoid being hit by the magic guiding lantern. She had already lost her ability to fight and could only stand there in a daze, waiting to be slaughtered. Fortunately, she had Bai Fenghuan by her side to protect her. Coupled with the protection of the Myriad Sword Sect's Holy Emperor, she was fine for the time being. Yin Shui was also not affected by the magic guiding lantern. Unknowingly, another sword had appeared in her hand. This sword was much larger than an ordinary long sword. It was more like a gigantic K sword, heavy and shiny. Waves of ice attribute energy were constantly emitted, blocking the light outside of her sword. This was also a semi-divine weapon, the Ice Palace Sword. Otherwise, it would not have been able to block the light. As the daughter of the Myriad Sword Sect's leader, she was also known as the Heaven's favored lady in the fortress. It was impossible for her to not have a trump card. Such a dangerous monster, disappear for me. Yin Shui's body emitted thick ice crystals. She held the Ice Palace sword with both hands and waved it. A huge shadow of the ice sword instantly slashed down from the sky. Heaven Freezing Sword. It was a simple attack, but it had the power to break through a door. The ice crystal sword shadow that was thousands of meters long ruthlessly flew towards Mother Yin Ghost. Mother Yin Ghost's expression changed. Although she was a high-ranking holy emperor, it was still very difficult for her to take on such a terrifying attack. Once this attack was blocked, her magic guiding lantern would not be able to continue, and she would not be able to turn all the people under her control into her own. Old Ghost, Holy Emperor, when are you going to make your move? Mother Yin Ghost exclaimed. As soon as she finished speaking, an ear-piercing voice rang out, Tisk Tsk, I didn't expect the daughter of the Myriad Sword Sect to be here. Let this old fart fight you. Immediately after, a powerful stream of energy rushed out from another direction, forcefully pushing Yin Shui's ice sword shadow to the other side. Rumble. The powerful collision caused a deafening explosion. A skinny figure appeared in front of the Ghost Mother. This person was an old monster whose skin was peeling off. His eyebrows were so long that they reached his chest, and his old eyes faintly emitted a look that made people feel fear. This person was the oldest person in the ghastly ghost sect, a person who had reached the peak of the Holy Emperor realm. He had lived for nearly 20,000 years, and his lifespan was almost exhausted. Miss, this person has reached the peak of the Holy Emperor realm, and the ghastly demon heavenly cycle formation should be performed by him. You must not act out of loyalty. The three high-ranking holy emperors of the Myriad Sword Sect returned to Yin Shui's side, and one of them suggested to Yin Shui. Yin Shui's expression turned ugly. If she retreated, it would mean that she had lost the battle. Although she was acting on her own, she also represented the will of the Myriad Sword Sect, and this would leave a stain on the sect's reputation. Return Magic Guiding Lantern. Mother Yin Ghost shouted again. The people of the allied forces who were hit by the magic guiding lantern began to walk towards the people of the ghastly ghost sect as if they had lost control. They had completely lost control, and could no longer control themselves. Yuro, what are you waiting for? Ling Xiao yelled out in shock as he burst forth with all of his strength and bolted towards Feng Qingyuan. Yuro Fei's static mirror shone in the direction of Mother Yin Ghost. Mother Yin Ghost did not hesitate, and immediately used the magic guiding lantern to block in front of her, and the scarlet light was constantly emitted. Although the effects of the two divine weapons were different, they both had the power to cancel each other out. However, the light attribute would always be the nemesis of the dark attribute. The pure and boundless power was actually trying to purify the evil demonic nature of the magic guiding lantern, and the people who were controlled by the magic guiding lantern were given a chance to regain their clarity. They were able to cultivate to the strength of a saint, and each of them had astonishing willpower. They immediately took advantage of this opportunity to break free and regain their freedom. Damn it, old Holy Emperor Yu Ling, quickly use the heavenly cycle formation and kill them all. Mother Yin Ghost did not expect the other party to have a light attribute divine weapon that was not inferior to her magic guiding lantern. She shouted angrily, and her figure began to surge towards Eurofei. At this moment, she also saw Ling Xiao, and immediately screamed, "Little bastard, you actually have the guts to come to the fortress. Today, I will refine all of you into demons." In the past, her clone's consciousness had descended on the Xianling continent twice, and she had seen Ling Xiao's face twice. Back then, Ling Xiao was merely a small heavenly venerable, and now, he had actually reached the peak of a mid-level saint. She only had one thought in her mind, and that was this kid must be eliminated. She had originally thought that once the hanging notice was released, someone would be able to take Ling Xiao's life. Unfortunately, she had missed the best opportunity. If she let it go now, the ghastly ghost sect would definitely be destroyed in the future. Beside Ling Xiao, Sha Tian and his spirit beast instantly attacked. Although Sha Tian had just reached the strength of a mid-level holy emperor, his true combat strength was definitely not inferior to any mid-level peak holy emperor. Coupled with his Tao of assassination, it was not a problem for him to hold off the newly advanced Motherine ghost. Moreover, Eurofei was using the still mirror to fight against the magic guiding lantern. With 2 against 1, it would not be easy for them to be defeated for the time being. Kill them all. Our myriad sword sect does not have any deserters. Yin Shui gritted her teeth and shouted with determination. Then, her ice palace attack rolled up a large area of ice light, and slashed towards Ghost. However, there was a large gap between her and Ghost's realm. Ghost dodged extremely quickly, and at the same time, 118 demons appeared in front of her at the same time. These demons were all mid-level holy emperor strength, and they were the foundation of the ghastly ghost sect that had accumulated for tens of thousands of years. Today, I will let you taste the power of my demon heavenly cycle formation. Ghost said coldly. These 118 demons, under the control of Ghost's consciousness, simultaneously split up according to the positions of the formation. At the same time, they attacked together, and streams of terrifying elemental power began to converge into a colorful killing formation that charged towards the allied forces. The terrifying energy that shot out immediately killed the saints nearby, and screams of agony rang out incessantly. Chapter 1027. The Yinba Heavenly Cycle Formation was one of the top ancient formations. It was formed by 108 middle-ranked holy emperors Yinba. When they attacked at the same time, the power was enough to make the mountains and rivers lose their color, and the sky fall and the earth crack. The weaker members of the alliance were immediately blasted into powder by the simultaneous attack of the Yinba. Many of the holy emperor's holy emperor were also severely injured. In an instant, cries of anguish spread across the world. Everyone, gather together and attack this heavenly cycle formation with me. Otherwise, none of us will escape. Yin Shui displayed her leader's temperament and shouted at the retreating alliance. At the same time, the holy emperor beside her also launched the most powerful attack at the Yinba heavenly cycle formation. Yi Chungrong also shouted softly, "Everyone, don't panic. Attack with the myriad sword sect." Countless energies bombarded the Yinba heavenly cycle formation from all directions. Layers of spatial energy kept collapsing, and everything within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was stirred up by these energies. It was as if this world could be destroyed at any time. The black demon, who was riding on the demonic dragon, had already retreated far away. He looked at the Yinba heavenly cycle formation and could not help but sigh, as expected of one of the top killing formations. Let's have a good massacre. Then, he looked in another direction at Ling Xiao and murmured, "Kid, you destroyed the black demon sect, right? But that little foundation is nothing to me, the black demon. The holy item in the Ghost Mother's formation is mine. Once I step into the divine state, no one in this world will be my match." After saying that, he actually left on the demonic dragon, no longer participating in the battle. Instead, he directly returned to the Yin Puppet Sect space base. Ling Xiao also looked in the direction of the black demon. His eyelids twitched a few times as he murmured, "Could that be the Black Demon? No wonder he didn't come out when we destroyed the Black Demon sect. He must have come to the heavenly fortress earlier." However, Ling Xiao did not have time to pay attention to the Black Demon. Instead, he was thinking of a way to break the heavenly cycle formation. Otherwise, they would all die here. Not far from him, Ghost Matriarch was fighting 1 against 2, Fei and Sha Tian. The battle was extremely fierce. On the other side, Shui led everyone to besiege and break the Ba cycle formation. However, signs of defeat had already appeared. If they did not immediately retreat, they would not be able to hold on for much longer. This old witch is the pillar of the ghastly ghost sect. I must kill her first, then have Ro Fei use the stillness mirror to deal with the cycle formation. At that time, victory will be decided. Ling Xiao thought to himself. He decided to work together to deal with Mother Yin first. Ling Xiao summoned the Golden Wolf King. Previously, in this land filled with death qi, he did not let his protective spiritual beast come out at all. Now, it was the perfect time to put it to good use. "Xiao Jin, shoot that woman for me," Ling Xiao ordered. The Golden Wolf King's third eye immediately shot out a ball of golden light towards Ghost Matriarch. However, Ghost Matriarch was not an ordinary holy emperor, but a high-level holy emperor. Her reaction was extremely sharp. She used her hands to protect the magic guiding lamp and the other holy weapon, forcing Ro Fei and Sha Tian away and dodging the sneak attack of the golden light. The Golden Wolf King shot 3 more times in a row, but Ghost Matriarch still dodged it. After all, the difference between the Golden Wolf King and Ghost Matriarch was too great. "Damned little bastard, I said that I would refine you into a demon, and now I will do it," Ghost Matriarch shouted in shock. Her figure flashed, and the magic guiding lamp shot towards Ling Xiao. The speed at which the magic guiding lamp shone was not a joke. With Ling Xiao's strength at the peak of the middle-level saint, it was impossible for him to dodge it. Swoosh! Several beams of light shone on Ling Xiao's body, and a strange power instantly rushed towards his sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao's expression immediately became somewhat sluggish. Laugh! Ro Fei was extremely anxious. She shouted in shock, and her static mirror kept shining towards Ghost Matriarch. Ghost Matriarch's speed kept changing, and Ro Fei was unable to shine her light on her body. Ghost Matriarch landed in front of Ling Xiao, and grabbed his body. She sneered, "This strong physique is really not bad. After I enjoy it for a while, I will make you obediently become my demon." Ghost Matriarch put her hand on Ling Xiao's shoulder, and wanted to pull Ling Xiao away from this place. However, the originally sluggish Ling Xiao's gaze instantly became sharp. Without any warning, his palm struck out towards Ghost Matriarch's abdomen, and 2 balls of purple flames instantly burned on Ghost Matriarch's body. Ghost Matriarch's reaction was also extremely fast. She cried out in horror, and in an instant, she sent Ling Xiao flying. The speed at which the heavenly fire burned was extremely fast, but Ghost Matriarch's speed of taking off her clothes was even faster. She directly shook off the clothes that were touched by the heavenly fire, so that her body was not burned by the flames. Her naked body appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Her pink neck, plump breasts, slender waist, all of them displayed a primitive temptation. However, this graceful body only appeared for a moment. Suddenly, the situation changed. That body that was full of youthful charm actually began to age. Wrinkles appeared on her delicate face, her pink neck became rough, and her breasts drooped and shrunk. It was as if a woman in her 20s had suddenly become an old woman in her 80s. She looked extremely ugly and disgusting. Blurg! Ling Xiao instantly felt his mouth turn upside down, and he couldn't help but vomit out the contents of his stomach. Just now, he clearly saw a beautiful jade body, but in the blink of an eye, it had turned into this. This was simply too ridiculous. When Yin Ghost Matriarch saw Ling Xiao's appearance, she then looked at her own body, only to see that it was rapidly aging. "Damn it, I've become old again," she cried out in alarm. She took out a bottle of Spring of Life and poured it into her mouth. However, at this moment, a ball of white light shot towards her at an extremely fast speed. Her mind was already in chaos, so she didn't notice the light of the static mirror. She was directly illuminated by the white light, and her body was frozen in place. Sha Tian naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. With a sweep of the sword light, Yin Ghost Matriarch, a dignified high-grade holy emperor, fell just like that. Ling Xiao took a few light breaths before he came back to his senses and said, "Take her magic guiding lamp and spatial ring, and immediately destroy her body. I'm afraid this queen will have nightmares for the next few days." On the other side of the battlefield, Spectre was using the Yin Demon Cycle formation to defeat all the allied forces. Meanwhile, the other members of the Yin Nightmare sect were responsible for intercepting and killing the allied forces. The allied forces had suffered heavy losses, and many people were already afraid. At this moment, a low-grade holy emperor from the Yin Nightmare sect controlled 3 Yin demons to capture Feng Qingyuan. "What a beautiful woman, let me have a taste first." The low-grade holy emperor laughed lewdly, and his palms actually went straight for Feng Qingyuan's full chest. Feng Qingyuan was extremely resentful, but she couldn't struggle. Tears of unwillingness welled up in her eyes, and she closed her eyes, allowing others to do as they pleased. The low-grade holy emperor was about to grab Feng Qingyuan's chest, but a sword light suddenly swept past. Ah! His arms immediately disappeared, and a pillar of blood instantly gushed out. It was Ling Xiao, Yuro Fei, and Sha Tian who rushed over, and the one who attacked was Sha Tian. Yuro Fei made her move as well. Her delicate fist contained a great amount of power as it blasted the Yin Qi away. Ling Xiao stabilized Feng Qingyuan's body and said, "Mistress, are you all right?" Feng Qingyuan opened her eyes and caressed her chest. "Fortunately you came in time, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. I'll leave this person to you. Sha Tian, you stay behind to protect mistress. Ro Fei, let's go help them." Ling Xiao didn't have time to waste here, so he told Sha Tian to stay behind while he brought Yuro Fei to the other battlefield. Ling Xiao wanted to rush to the Yinba Heavenly Cycle, and along the way, he was attacked by a few waves of Yin Ghost sect people. However, these people were unable to withstand the power of Yuro Fei's static mirror. One by one, they were frozen in place and then killed by Ling Xiao. "Huh, didn't you want to destroy our Yin Ghost sect? Come, you really don't know what's good for you, I want all of you to die." The spirit in the formation let out a sinister laugh. He controlled the Yinba Heavenly Cycle to continuously move and attack. Many saints and holy emperor fell one after another, and blood splattered all over the world. Yi, Huang, Qing, Zhao. The other clans had suffered heavy losses, and the Myriad Sword sect had also lost nearly half of their holy emperor. This was enough to know how terrifying the Yinba Heavenly Cycle was. At this time, the majority of the Yinba Heavenly Cycle was attacking in Yin Shui's direction. Countless saber lights and sword shadows were like rolling giant stranglers, and wherever they passed, everything was blown to pieces. Yin Shui waved the Ice Palace sword with all her strength, and even with the help of a dozen holy emperor, she could not break the formation's defense. Instead, she was forced to retreat. If she did not have the help of 3 high-ranking holy emperors, she would have been killed by the several terrifying forces just now. "Miss, let's retreat. When we return to the sect, we will send people to destroy the Yin Ghost sect. It's not a good time to fight anymore," a high-ranking holy emperor beside Yin Shui advised. Yin Shui resisted with all her strength. She used various high-ranking martial arts skills, which were definitely comparable to the combat strength of a high-ranking holy emperor. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Her delicate face was pale, and it was obvious that she had consumed a lot of energy. She also wanted to retreat now, but she was unwilling to do so. After losing so many people, she was afraid that she would be punished by her father when she returned. However, she knew that if this continued, not only would she die, but the others would also die with her. Just as she was about to give the order to retreat, a scream came from not far away from her. Ling Xiao and Yuro Fei had already rushed over. "Uncle, let's help you!" Ling Xiao shouted, and brought Yuro Fei to where Yin Shui was. "Let's go, this heavenly cycle formation is too terrifying. I'm afraid that without 20 high-ranking holy emperors attacking at the same time, we won't be able to destroy it." Yin Shui exclaimed to Ling Xiao. "No. Martial uncle, please help me break through the defense and send me into their formation. I will find a way to break this formation," Ling Xiao said. "That's impossible. Once we enter the formation, we will immediately be attacked. Even a high-ranking holy emperor will die. Let's go!" Yin Shui shouted as she resisted the formation's attack. Chapter 1028. Ling Xiao looked anxious as a purple flame appeared in his hand. "This is heavenly fire. Once I enter their formation and burn their inba, everything will be solved," Ling Xiao explained. "You actually have heavenly fire?" Yin Shui exclaimed with a hint of fear. After a pause, she continued, "But once you enter the formation, you will definitely be smashed to pieces. I'm not stupid enough to throw away my life. I have enough ability to protect myself. Quickly open a gap and send me in," Ling Xiao said anxiously. At this time, the spirit in the formation laughed and said, "It seems like you all want to die here. Attack them." All the Yinba in the formation received the order, and the 108 middle stage Holy Emperor attacked Ling Xiao and Yin Shui at the same time. Terrifying power surged out at the same time, and the area within tens of thousands of miles was filled with violent energy. A semi-arc-shaped light curtain exploded. The expressions of the people nearby all changed. They tore open the space and fled as far as they could, afraid that they would lose their lives if they were a little late. Ling Xiao, Yin Shui, and the others were no exception. If they did not avoid the attack, they would definitely be blasted into pieces. "If only I had the sky-suppressing drum." Ling Xiao could not help but sigh. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a damaged sky-suppressing drum appeared in Yin Shui's hand. "Uncle Master, you retrieved the sky-suppressing drum?" Ling Xiao cried out in surprise. "I took it from someone," Yin Shui replied. "Then what are you waiting for? Quickly kill the guy controlling the formation, and the formation will collapse on its own," Ling Xiao urged. "This sky-suppressing drum doesn't have a blood test?" Yin Shui asked in confusion. "What blood test? It's broken, so it can't be done. Or perhaps it hasn't been recognized," Ling Xiao replied. Then he said, "Quickly, lock onto that person's aura and hit the sky-suppressing drum with all your strength. He's dead for sure." Just as Yin Shui was about to raise her hand, she smiled bitterly and said, "He's hidden in the formation, and his aura is extremely chaotic. It's impossible to lock onto his existence." At this time, a new round of attacks from the formation arrived, and the terrifying power was truly frightening. "Let's go." Yuro Fei pulled Ling Xiao back again. "You guys go first. If we don't break this formation, we won't be able to take down the ghastly Drake sect." Gritting his teeth, Ling Xiao finally decided to rely on himself to break the formation. He flung Yuro Fei's arm away, and a silver shield appeared in one hand. He held his golden dragon spear in the other, and faced the terrifying power of the spell formation. "Don't go. You'll die." Yin Shui cried out in alarm, and her figure rushed back again. Although Yuro Fei gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes were filled with incomparable worry. She hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she decided to run again. She thought to herself, "You must be fine, or I'll die with you." The terrifying impact seemed to want to send Ling Xiao flying into the sky. However, the saint-grade shield in his hand stubbornly resisted most of the force. In the end, even the shield was blasted into pieces, and a lot of the remaining force directly hit him. Fortunately, his body was not much weaker than a high-grade saint-grade weapon, and he was able to withstand it. He swiftly descended from the sky, and the golden dragon spear in his other hand began to dance, deflecting even more of the force. In the middle of the heavenly cycle formation, a weak area appeared, and as the wave of attack stopped, the weak area became even more obvious. Ling Xiao exerted all his strength to the extreme, and his seriously injured body constantly healed. His whole body transformed into a peerless dragon, and he plunged into the formation. The golden dragon spear in his hand exerted the most overbearing move, and he finally forced his way in. However, falling into the midst of the 108 Inba was not equivalent to breaking the formation. Spectre, who had been at the core of the formation all along, let out a sinister smile and said, "TSK, I didn't expect a beastman to be able to enter my formation. But so what? Isn't it a dead end?" As his sneer fell, several Inba near Ling Xiao changed their positions, and the saint-grade weapons in their hands attacked him at the same time. Although these were mid-grade Holy Emperor's Inba, their real combat power was at the level of the most ordinary mid-grade Holy Emperor. Now that Ling Xiao's strength had increased a lot, it was not impossible for him to fight them with his full combat power. It was a pity that he had been seriously injured by those terrible forces just now. Although he had the ancient emperor's divine technique to heal himself, he had not recovered to his peak state. Naturally, he did not dare to fight these Inba head-on. Relying on his speed, he repeatedly changed his position and dodged. At the same time, all the power in his body began to gather on his finger, and a terrible finger light burst out in an instant. The finger light then divided into three, and shot towards the three nearby Inba. "A mere saint wants to destroy my Inba? You really don't know what's good for you." Spectre sneered disdainfully. Rumble. The finger light directly bombarded the Inba. Although it did not directly blast them to pieces, it left the heavenly fire on them, and the heavenly fire quickly burned their bodies to ashes. Ling Xiao attacked with all his strength, and his back was wide open, so he was directly attacked by the two Inba at the same time. Bang! Ling Xiao was sent flying, and on the other side, the Inba attacked him again. Ling Xiao endured the pain, put away the golden dragon spear, and blasted out a monstrous fist intent. 7th level, Purple Flame Divine Sun. Many fist shadows surged out, each with the power to destroy heaven and earth. Like the sun falling from the sky, the power was close to the mid-level Holy Emperor's strong move. The fist force was exposed to the Inba, and the heavenly fire burned again. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to drink a bottle of Spring of Life liquid to recover from his injuries. He began to swim in the formation like a pool of mud, constantly blasting out the extreme Yang fist force. Many of the Inba were touched by the heavenly fire, and their bodies kept burning. Ghost, who was sitting in the eye of the formation, realized that things were not looking good. His heavenly cycle formation required the cooperation of 108 Yin demons to unleash its full power. Even if one or two Yin demons were missing, the power of the formation would immediately drop by a lot. But now, more than a dozen Yin demons had been burned by this kid's flames. "Little bastard, I'll kill you." Ghost was furious, and instantly moved from the center of the formation, slapping at Ling Xiao. "Martial uncle, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for?" Ling Xiao exclaimed. He knew that he couldn't avoid Ghost's strong move, so he had to exert all his strength and hit the palm print. Boom! Although Ling Xiao's invincible fist intent was powerful, his level was too low compared to Ghost's, and he couldn't break the palm at all. He was directly sent flying thousands of meters away by the powerful force. His internal organs were almost displaced, and a large amount of blood kept gushing out. With such a heavy injury, even someone with the ancient emperor's divine art would fall. But don't forget, there was another foreign object in Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge. A green warm energy began to flow out, not only protecting Ling Xiao's heart meridian, but also healing many of his injured parts. This was the healing effect of the immortal tree, which had reached the stage 9. The speed of recovery was many times faster than before. With the replenishment of these powers, Ling Xiao ran the ancient emperor divine skill again, completely recovering many of his injuries, but his strength didn't recover as quickly. Little bastard, I'm going to suck your blood and refine you into a corpse demon to avenge my Yinba. Ghost sensed that Ling Xiao was not dead, and he shouted again, rushing in the direction of Ling Xiao. At this time, Yin Shui, Yuro Fei, and others, who had gone far away, had returned again. Just as Spectre was about to capture Ling Xiao, Yin Shui sensed Spectre's aura. She gathered all her power in her palm and slammed it down on the sky suppression drum. Dong! The power of the sky suppression drum, which was played by the intermediate Holy Emperor Yin Shui, was many times more powerful than Ling Xiao's. The Spectre's body shook uncontrollably, and a large amount of hideous blood seeped out from his skin. He looked extremely frightening. However, he was also powerful. After suffering such a strong blow, his body didn't directly explode, which showed how terrifying his strength was. Ghost endured the pain, took out the spring of life, and was about to drink it. At this moment, his state of mind was in a mess. He didn't know what kind of drum sound could hurt the body of a holy emperor at his peak. However, Ling Xiao, who was in front of him, didn't give him the chance to recover. The 3 divine finger split attacked again, and a finger radiance shot towards his throat. Boom! Ghost was seriously injured, and his reaction speed had fallen to the lowest point. He was close to Ling Xiao, so he didn't expect Ling Xiao to recover so quickly. He took a direct hit from Ling Xiao's finger, and his whole body flew far away. His neck was pierced, and the heavenly fire burned him to ashes. The controller of the Yinba formation, the peak Holy Emperor, finally died under the heavenly might of Ling Xiao's finger. The Yinba lost control, and all of them were stunned on the spot, becoming puppets without any combat power. Get rid of them all! Ling Xiao shouted at Yin Shui, Yuro Fei, and others. The 10 or so holy emperors who hadn't fled finally became excited again. They destroyed the Yinba, and at the same time, killed the people of the Yinba sect who had been watching the battle in the distance. The Yinba formation has disappeared, and the demonic guiding lamp has been taken by us. The Yinba sect is no longer a threat. Everyone, kill to your heart's content. Today is the day of the Yinba sect's destruction. Ling Xiao shouted. As his voice fell, the few people on the side of the Yinba sect became excited, and they began to kill the enemy with red eyes. Everyone, retreat. The bald man was the most powerful person on the Yinba sect's side. Knowing that the great death was over, he could only give the order to escape. But this time, he couldn't escape. A ray of light fell on him without warning. Then, the sword light flashed like a rainbow, and his head was immediately separated. Chapter 1029. Having lost the demonic guiding lantern and the Yinba heavenly cycle formation, the ghastly Drake sect was utterly defeated. Although there were not many people left in the Alliance army, it was the beginning of the war and everyone fought bravely. Without a leader, many of the ghastly Drake sect's people were defeated and scattered. Ling Xiao and the others charged in and attacked with the Ice Palace sword and Golden Dragon spear, completely destroying the ghastly Drake sect's spatial base. Most of the ghastly Drake sect's people fled, but most of them were killed. The ghastly Drake sect was completely wiped out from the stronghold. The ghastly Drake sect became desolate. Corpses were strewn all over the place and blood flowed like a red river. The damned ghastly Drake sect is finally annihilated. I have avenged the sons of the Yi family. Yi Chungrong laughed with tears streaming down her cheeks. Many of the Yi family's elites had been captured by the ghastly Drake sect and refined into Inba and corpse demons. Their bodies were even tortured after death. The accumulated hatred was naturally indescribable. That's right, the ghastly Drake sect is finally on their way. The sons of the Huang family can rest in peace in the underworld. Huang Mantang could not help but exclaim with tears in his eyes. Big brother, you were captured by the ghastly Drake sect back then. Today, I have avenged you. Rest in peace. Little sister, you have been avenged. Big brother's wish has been fulfilled. Next year, I will go to the heaven region and do what you could not do before. The holy emperor cried and shouted. Their loved ones had all been harmed by the ghastly Drake sect. Now that they had avenged, they could not help but cry out the pain in their hearts. Sigh, I wonder how many people the ghastly Drake sect has harmed. Feng Qingyuan could not help but sigh. Yin Shui said from the side, they were founded more than 100,000 years ago. From an unknown faction to being able to compete with many major factions, they relied on their methods of refining Inba and corpse demons to incur the wrath of the heavens and the people. Today, they have been eliminated, which is a great fortune for the stronghold. After pausing for a moment, she looked at Ling Xiao and said with admiration, it's all thanks to Ling Xiao that he was able to turn the tide. Otherwise, our men would have died in vain, and we wouldn't have been able to take down the ghastly Drake sect. When Ling Xiao resisted the ghastly Drake formation with his shield, she thought Ling Xiao would not be able to survive. One had to know that even a high-level Saint Emperor would be heavily injured if not killed by such a terrifying attack. However, Ling Xiao, who was only at the peak of the mid-level Saint stage, had managed to survive. Moreover, he was still able to fight his way into the heavenly cycle formation. This was simply unbelievable. You flatter me, martial uncle. If you hadn't used the sky-suppressing drum in time, I would have died. Back then, he had wanted to use the heavenly fire to disrupt the formation so that others could destroy it. However, he had also experienced a narrow escape from death. If not for the help of the immortal tree in his knowledge sea, he would have definitely died here. Every place in the ghastly Drake sect had been ransacked. Apart from the large number of special materials needed to refine Inba and corpse demons, the biggest harvest was the spatial rings in the hands of their dead people. Holy Master Ling, let's go. The ghastly Drake sect has been destroyed. Let's go back and celebrate for 3 days and 3 nights. Yi Chengrong came to Ling Xiao's side and said happily. Huang Mantang also echoed, that's right. Without Holy Master Ling's help, I'm afraid we would never have been able to take revenge. Elder Yi, Elder Huang, there's no need to say such polite words. I also have enmity with the ghastly Drake sect. We just have a common goal. However, there is still a need to celebrate, just not now. Ling Xiao said. After pausing for a moment, he said, I still want to reminisce with my mistress and martial uncle. Elder Yi, Elder Huang, you two take your people back first. Yi Chengrong and Huang Mantang both wanted to rely on Ling Xiao to build a good relationship with the Myriad Sword sect, but they also knew that this matter could not be rushed. As long as they had a good relationship with Ling Xiao, they believed that there would be a chance in the future. Yi Chengrong and Huang Mantang left the ghastly Drake sect with the rest of the people. Yin Shui glanced at Ling Xiao and asked, I heard from Sister Qing Yuan that you guys are going to the heaven domain? And, when the heaven connecting formation opens this year, it will be time for us to go to the heaven domain. Does martial uncle want to go with us? Ling Xiao replied. Yin Shui shook her head and said, if I could go to the heaven domain, I would have gone long ago. What's wrong? Could it be that someone is restricting you? Ling Xiao asked in astonishment. Yin Shui replied, the heaven domain is a place where supreme experts gather. It is indeed the best place to increase one's strength, but the dangers there are definitely not something that an ordinary person can handle. The slightest carelessness can lead to eternal damnation. That's why my father made me swear that I am not allowed to leave the stronghold until I reach the strength of a high-level holy emperor. Otherwise, I would have gone to the heaven domain with your master a long time ago. Pausing for a moment, she then said, I know that your strength is not ordinary, but I advise you to stay in the stronghold. It won't be too late to go to the heaven domain once your strength increases. Besides, with your status as a great saint master, you will definitely be respected by everyone in the stronghold. If you want any resources, someone will naturally give it to you. Ling Xiao shook his head. If he truly wanted to live a carefree life, then he wouldn't have to go through so many hardships to come to the heaven domain from the Xianling continent. He loved the hot-blooded battles and hoped to become the strongest martial artist he could be. His greatest goal was to reach the highest realm of martial arts, and the heaven domain was his heaven. Furthermore, his woman, Yunmengqi, had most likely already been taken there. Regardless of whether or not his guess was correct, he had to go there. If he waited until he reached the high-level Holy Emperor before going to the heaven domain, then everything would have changed by then. He was still used to cultivating through battles. Only by experiencing all sorts of life and death battles would he be able to grow faster. Opportunities were often found in dangerous places. This was the way he wanted to live his life. Even if he were to die on the battlefield one day, he would die without regrets. Yin Shui didn't try to persuade him any further. Instead, she suggested that Ling Xiao come to the Myriad Sword sect as a guest. Ling Xiao couldn't refuse, so he agreed. However, before going to the Myriad Sword sect, he had to make a trip to the Yi family city to bid farewell to Yi Qingrong, Huang Mantang, and the others. He also had to fulfill his promise to refine pills for those who participated in the extermination of the ghastly Python sect. Even though most of them died, there were still a few who survived. He still had to refine pills for them. He had to keep his word. Yin Shui handed the sky suppression drum back to Ling Xiao after she finished explaining everything to him. Of course, the drum of suppression is an ancient divine weapon. It's a pity that it's damaged, but it's enough for you to threaten all the peak experts below the Holy Emperor rank. However, it's impossible to face a divine king. Unless you can repair its damaged parts and find the drum of suppression, then you'll be able to unleash its true power. Even gods and demons will tremble before it. Yin Shui said seriously before leaving with her people. Feng Qingyuan also temporarily followed her to the Myriad Sword sect to wait for Ling Xiao. Only Yuro Fei and Sha Tian stayed by Ling Xiao's side. After this battle, Yuro Fei and Sha Tian suffered quite a lot of injuries. Ling Xiao let them recuperate in the medicine cauldron and summoned Xianyao. Huckster, hurry up and find out where the mother array is. Ling Xiao said impatiently. He sent everyone away one by one, but he stayed behind because he had other plans. Even though the ghastly Python sect was destroyed, the top-notch mother formation had yet to appear. It was a demonic formation that specialized in absorbing life essence, so there would definitely be a large amount of spring liquid inside. Xianyao observed the surroundings and couldn't help but sigh. The Yin energy here is unusually dense. It's the best place to nurture corpses. No wonder the ghastly Python sect was built here. Stop talking nonsense and quickly find the mother formation. If someone returns, we'll have to deal with those troublesome matters again. Ling Xiao urged. Let's split up and look for any special places first. I can't find the mother formation in a short time. If it's not built here, then we'll have wasted our efforts. Xianyao said. Before attacking the ghastly Python sect, those guys had already searched this place. They took away all the good stuff, but they didn't find the mother formation. I'm sure it's still intact. Ling Xiao pulled Xianyao and said. So many Holy Emperor didn't find the mother formation. How can I find it? I think the mother formation might not be built here. Xianyao spread out his hands and said. No way, is it going to be built elsewhere? Ling Xiao's expression instantly turned gloomy. It's hard to say, but let's look first. There are some top-notch formations that even the Holy Emperor can't find. It's not surprising, Xianxia replied. Then, he began to fly slowly in the ghastly python sect's territory to observe. After flying in a big circle, he didn't find anything. Then, he reluctantly flew to a height of 10,000 meters. His hands kept forming some hand seals. Finally, he put his left and right fingers together and covered his eyes. He shouted, "Open my heavenly eye." When he moved his fingers away from his eyes, 2 beams of white light shot out from his eyes. He used his eye technique to look down seriously. The more he looked, the more solemn his expression became. Creation is yin and yang. In a place of extreme yin, there must be something opposite. Could it be in the southeast corner? Then, he quickly flew in a direction. Ling Xiao thought that Xianxia had found something, so he also flew in that direction. Not long after, a stone room appeared before the two of them. The stone door of the stone room had already been smashed by someone, revealing a messy pile of junk inside. "You don't think the mother formation is here, do you?" Ling Xiao said with slight disappointment. Xianxia ignored Ling Xiao. Instead, he used his heavenly eye to observe the stone room. What a terrifying killing formation. "Once you enter, you'll definitely die," Xianxia said with an extremely solemn expression. A few drops of cold sweat quietly slid down his face. Ling Xiao's expression was one of astonishment. Then, his green eyes began to shoot out beams of light. This is actually a small illusion restriction," Ling Xiao exclaimed softly. Then, he said, "I didn't expect that after cultivating the Brahma myriad laws, I couldn't even think of this. Damn it." Chapter 1030. At first glance, the stone room in front of them looked very ordinary, like a place where someone from the ghastly puppet sect rested. The space inside was clear and there was nothing special about it. It was precisely because of this that everyone who came here only took a glance and then no longer paid attention to it. However, under the observation of Xianxiao's heavenly eye and Ling Xiao's green eye, this stone room was no longer ordinary. This was because the opposite wall of the stone room was no longer a wall. Instead, it was the entrance to a secret room. There was another huge iron gate there. The iron gate was engraved with the images of several ancient beasts. They looked extremely sinister and frightening. Ling Xiao rubbed his hands excitedly. "The mother formation must be here, fraud, let's go in." Xianxia quickly caught Ling Xiao's hand and said, "Don't worry, the ghost mother demon child formation is not an easy formation to break. In front of this kind of top-notch formation, there will definitely be a fierce formation protecting it. Once you break in, you will most likely die. Then what should we do? There must be treasures inside, we can't miss it," Ling Xiao whispered. "Don't worry, as long as we find the formation, there must be a way to break it. However, if we break the formation here, we might attract attention." "This is not easy," Xianxia said with a troubled expression. "That's easy," Ling Xiao replied, then summoned Euro Fei and Sha Tian and said, "Guard one side each, don't let anyone come near. I will set up a few illusions, no one will be able to find this place." After saying that, he flew far away and set up illusions to prevent others from approaching. A day later, Ling Xiao returned to the stone room and found that Xianxia was also fiddling with something. He said with a puzzled expression, "What is fraud doing? Quickly go in and break the formation. Go in if you want to die, don't drag me down with you." Xianxia said impatiently, paused for a moment, and then said, "I will first create a small attack formation to break the iron door and see what kind of killing formation is waiting for us inside." With that, he pulled Ling Xiao and retreated. Then, with a flick of his finger, 2 upper 7th grade beast cores fell into the eye of the formation he had inscribed. "Formation, rise." Xianxia put 2 fingers together on his right hand and made a hand gesture. A wave of energy guided the small formation in front of him and activated it. Suddenly, a ball of elemental light erupted from the formation, and then the energy within it which could even kill saints surged. Go! Xianxia pushed both of his palms forward. The power in his hands and the rising power rushed towards the metal door. Rumble! Cries of alarm rang out incessantly. The stone chamber was blasted into smithereens, but the iron door did not budge at all. Hey, fraud, what's the use of your formation? It's better for me to attack from afar. Ling Xiao said. Let's wait and see. There will definitely be a surprise. Xianxia said calmly. His hands kept making complicated hand seals, as if he was controlling something. The array formation in front of him actually changed again. Streams of elemental energy turned into tentacles that surged towards the iron gate. These energies were no longer attacking the iron door. Instead, they were like invisible hands that directly penetrated the iron door and sank into it. Ling Xiao's jaw dropped when he saw this. He was in disbelief. Fraud, what formation is this? Ling Xiao asked. It's called a scout formation. Xianxia said proudly. Just as Ling Xiao was about to say something, a series of explosions came from behind the iron door. The iron door was blown away. Terrifying energy rushed out from behind the iron door. Ling Xiao pulled Xianxia and retreated quickly. When everything calmed down, the scene behind the iron door was finally revealed. The place was filled with coded lights, and each light contained an inexplicable cold killing intent. Hiss, it's a killing formation. Xianxia couldn't help but gasp. What kind of formation is this? Is it scary? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. It's more than scary. This is a 10,000 absolute killing formation that can kill even the Holy Emperor at will. This is a top-notch killing formation. I didn't expect someone from the Yin puppet sect to be able to set up such a killing formation. I'm afraid there will be a heaven-shaking treasure behind this 10,000 absolute killing formation. Xianxia said. Ling Xiao revealed a greedy expression and said, then what are you waiting for? Quickly break this formation and get the treasure. Xianxia smiled bitterly, this 10,000 absolute killing formation is not easy to break. With my current strength, I can't do it. Ling Xiao panicked. He grabbed Xianxiao's hand and said, it can't be. Fraud, you can't give up. You can't let go of the good stuff behind. This is one of the top-notch formations. Any ray of light inside contains a fatal killing power. It's an absolute killing formation. Other than forcefully breaking it, there's no other way. Xianxia said. After pausing for a moment, he continued, however, without a dozen high-level Holy Emperor attacking at the same time, I'm afraid we won't be able to break this kind of killing formation. So powerful. Ling Xiao exclaimed. Then, he said, that's not right. Since this killing formation can't be broken, then how did the people from the Yin puppet sect get inside? I think there should be a transmission formation that can directly enter. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, Palace Master's brain is really good. That's right. Normally, when engraving this kind of formation, there would be no lack of transmission formations. It's just that this transmission formation won't be easy to find. I wonder where it will be hidden. Fraud, I know you must have a way, right? Ling Xiao had no choice but to follow Xianxiao's lead. The Yin puppet sect's territory was very vast. It would not be easy to find a small transmission formation. I'm afraid of you. Let's split up and search. Where there is a transmission formation, there will inevitably be formation patterns. I believe it won't be too difficult to find it. Xianxia said and began to look for a transmission formation in another direction. Ling Xiao also hurriedly looked for another direction. After searching for a long time, Ling Xiao did not find anything. In the end, he thought about it from another perspective, that should be where the old witch is. I believe that other than her, no one else can casually enter and exit. That transmission formation should be where she often enters and exits. It's a pity that the battle was too intense and I did not absorb the old witch's remnant soul. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to find the location of the transmission formation from her memories. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao began to search between the various mountain peaks for places suitable for women to live in. With the Yin Ghost Mother's beautiful personality and her high position in the Yin Puppet sect, the place where she usually lived was definitely not inferior to the main peak's hall. Ling Xiao's gaze fixed on a mountain peak. Although this mountain was not as majestic as the main peaks, it was exuberant in vitality and lacked a lot of death energy. Moreover, the environment was especially elegant and beautiful. A waterfall hung upside down, and the impact of the water stirred up waves. The artistic conception was especially beautiful. Ling Xiao landed in front of the waterfall and saw a few pieces of women's underwear hanging on the edge. He thought to himself, this must be it. Ling Xiao walked around in a circle, but did not find anything. Finally, his gaze fell on the waterfall. His green pupils activated, and he saw that there was indeed a cave behind the waterfall. He was immediately overjoyed, finally found it. Just as Ling Xiao was about to plunge into the cave behind the waterfall, a black shadow quickly scuttled out from inside. Is there someone from the Yin Puppet sect left behind? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. He flew over and prepared to stop the black shadow from escaping. I was wondering who it was. So it's you, you little bastard. Just in time to kill you and avenge the Black Demon sect. The black shadow laughed loudly. Then, a terrible force blasted toward Ling Xiao. Bang! Ling Xiao did not have time to react, and was directly sent flying by the other party. Ling Xiao was not prepared. The meridians and blood in his body were shaken, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. After he stabilized his body, he looked at the person and exclaimed, "It's you, Hey Mo." Hey Mo looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to only spit out a mouthful of blood after taking a hit from him. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to survive. You still remember me? That's right, it's me. I didn't expect a little bastard like you to advance so quickly. You can actually pass through the spatial barrier and come to the stronghold. However, this is as far as you go. Today, I'll kill you. The Hey Mo said coldly. His figure flashed again, attacking Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not dare to hesitate. He used all his strength to avoid the peak and wait for Euro Fei and Sha Tian to rush over. However, the Hey Mo was faster than him. His attack was even more ruthless, and he directly punched him in the chest. Pfft! Ling Xiao was sent flying again, and blood sprayed all over the sky. The Hey Mo sneered. What a strong body. You actually took 2 of my moves and are fine. I wonder if you can withstand my Heavenly Demon Staff. A top-grade sacred weapon, the Heavenly Demon Staff, appeared in his hand, and he smashed it toward Ling Xiao's head. Murderous intent surged, and the staff was merciless. The ferocious and sharp staff teeth were like the fangs of a ferocious beast, and they wanted to tear Ling Xiao to pieces. Although Ling Xiao could not dodge, it was not as if he did not have the strength to fight back. The golden dragon spear appeared in his hand, and he used all his strength to meet the Heavenly Demon Staff. Boom! Once again, Ling Xiao was thrown far away. The Hey Mo was unforgiving. The image of the Heavenly Demon condensed behind him, and a strong murderous aura gathered on the Heavenly Demon Staff. Die, little bastard! The Hey Mo roared in shock, and the Heavenly Demon Staff ruthlessly smashed onto Ling Xiao's body. Countless staff shadows fell like raindrops, trying to beat Ling Xiao into a meat patty. Although Ling Xiao's body was comparable to a high-grade sacred weapon, his body was deformed under the full force of the Hey Mo, a mid-grade holy emperor who could fight above his level. Golden blood continuously seeped out, and even the bones inside could be seen. Ling Xiao let out a series of blood-curdling screams, which made one's hair stand on end. "Stop! I'm going to kill you!" A furious shout came from afar, and a dazzling white light shot over. The Hei-Mo had no choice but to withdraw his attack, and his figure flashed as he dodged the white light. At the same time, a strange figure shuttled out from the void, and a sword beam descended from the sky, directly attacking the back of the Hei-Mo's head. The strange killing sword, the cold sure-kill move, it was impossible to defend against. Chapter 1031. Sha Tian's attack, which had merged with heaven and earth, was simply invulnerable. He cultivated the Tao of assassination, so his aura was concealed so that it was difficult for others to detect him. When he attacked, it was definitely a thunderous attack. Even a high-level opponent would not be able to dodge it easily. Black Demon and Sha Tian were of the same level. Black Demon first dodged Euro Fei's still mirror, but it was already too late by the time he realized that something was wrong behind him. Shaishan's longsword stabbed right into his back. However, the long sword did not penetrate Black Demon's body. Instead, it made a crisp, ding sound. Black Demon's clothes were pierced through, revealing a black armor underneath. Sha Tian knew that his assassination had failed. He suddenly turned his sword and slashed at the back of Black Demon's head. Black Demon lowered his body and smashed the heavenly demon staff at Sha Tian. After the two of them clashed, Sha Tian was forced back more than 10 meters, while Black Demon only moved a few meters forward. It was obvious that Sha Tian was inferior to Black Demon. Even so, Sha Tian would not retreat. Sword chi that was one with heaven and man kept enveloping Black Demon, and the surrounding space was torn apart by the sword chi that was 1,000 meters long. Black Demon was not afraid of anyone in a one-on-one fight. He waved the heavenly demon staff, and with a strong corrosive force, he destroyed all of Sha Tian's sword chi. The two of them fought fiercely, and all kinds of spirit beasts were summoned. Euro Fei came to Ling Xiao's side and found that Ling Xiao was covered in wounds. His skin, flesh, bones, and organs were almost completely rotten. These wounds were like wounds on her body, and her heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. With tears in her beautiful eyes, she took out a pill and the spring of life and fed them to Ling Xiao. She said, "Xiao, you must be okay, or else I will die with you." Euro Fei and Ling Xiao had been together for a few years. They didn't have much of a relationship that would last forever, but they did have that kind of ordinary love that seemed real and helped each other in times of need. Seeing Ling Xiao like this, she felt like dying. If it was anyone else in such a miserable state, they would probably be doomed. Fortunately, this person was Ling Xiao. Since his head was not smashed, the tree of immortality still existed in his sea of consciousness, providing him with an endless supply of life force. Even so, Ling Xiao still felt that his situation was unprecedentedly bad. The pain was simply indescribable, almost making him feel as if he had half a foot in hell. If it wasn't for Euro Fei and Sha Tian's timely arrival, he really wouldn't have the slightest chance of survival. The power of this Black Demon was simply too terrifying, and the power of the heavenly devil stick was not inferior to his golden dragon spear at all. Even with his physical body, he would not be able to withstand it. Right now, he was powerless, and the ancient emperor's divine technique could not be used. He could only rely on the energy of the tree of immortality to recover. Now that Euro Fei had stuffed pills and the spring of life into his mouth, Ling Xiao felt much better. He said with difficulty, Don't worry about me. Go help Sha Tian kill him." "But what about you?" Euro Fei was worried about Ling Xiao. I'm fine, go quickly," Ling Xiao said again, then closed his eyes to recover from his injuries as quickly as possible. Euro Fei hesitated for a moment, then said, "Then you must hold on, I don't want you to die." After saying that, her figure flashed, and she flew towards Sha Tian and the Black Demon. Her killing intent was awe-inspiring, and a majestic aura burst forth like an avalanche. A white elephant trumpeted, and it soared into the sky towards the two holy beasts who were fighting. Every time it took a step, it would produce a heavy vibration. Fei couldn't use the static mirror, because the two of them were moving too fast, and it was impossible to capture them. She was also afraid that it would accidentally hit Sha Tian. She could only forcefully intervene, and join forces with Sha Tian to deal with the black demon. "You dare to hurt my husband, I will take your life." Fei shouted angrily, and the dragon form divine technique mercilessly struck out. Fei looked like a delicate girl, but the dragon form divine art was an extremely domineering high-level mystical skill. Every move and every style of it had the power to shake the heavens and earth. The black demon took strange steps, and continuously dodged Sha Tian and Fei's attacks. He laughed coldly. "Today, I will play with you too, and see how much I have improved over the years." After saying that, the aura around his body burst forth, and an ancient ferocious demon holding the heavenly demon staff appeared behind him. Its malevolent face caused people to feel fear, and a terrifying aura was emitted from it. When Sha Tian and Fei saw the shadow of the heavenly demon, they felt that it was incomparably ferocious, and it was hard to resist it. Moreover, their own strength was actually suppressed, as if the intermediate Holy Emperor's cultivation had been suppressed to the peak of the low-level Holy Emperor. Both of their battle strength had actually dropped by a level. "Not good, quickly attack, we can't let him accumulate his strength." Sha Tian shouted, and he circulated all his strength, and became one with his sword. He stabbed out countless sword rays at the black demon, and each ray contained the power to split the heavens and split the earth. Fei also did not dare to hesitate, and she attacked with the still mirror again, hoping to stop the black demon first. Unfortunately, the black demon already knew how terrifying this mirror was. His body turned into a demonic shadow, and his speed was extremely fast, and he attacked with the heavenly demon staff again. Demon descends. An ancient ferocious demon descended, and he swept across the world with the heavenly demon staff. Every strike of the staff contained the power of a thunderbolt, and any spatial power was turned into nothingness by this staff. That terrifying power was not something that an ordinary intermediate Holy Emperor could display. Sha Tian and Fei defended with all their might, but the power of the Black Devil's attack was truly terrifying. Both of them were suppressed in terms of their cultivation level, so they couldn't even unleash a third of their usual power. Bang bang! The two of them were sent flying far away, and they vomited blood. They were seriously injured. However, the two of them were not to be trifled with. They immediately took out pills and consumed them, and once again organized their attacks, and they used their most powerful killing moves. Sly Sword, Hidden Sword in the Abyss. Dragon Elephant Divine Art, Dragon Elephant's Angry Roar. A sword was hidden in the void, and from a strange and unpredictable place, it silently attacked the black demon's vitals. The other dragon elephant image seemed to be provoked, and it went berserk. The huge dragon roared for thousands of miles, and the dragon's body stirred up the wind and clouds, and the huge elephant shook the heaven and earth. The power that was displayed together seemed to want to destroy everything before it was satisfied. "You have some ability, but if you want to deal with me, the black demon, it is not enough." The black demon laughed coldly, and his body danced again, and the heavenly demon staff's baleful aura kept overflowing. Chaos Demon devours the heavens. Several heavenly demons appeared, and they seemed to want to swallow the heaven and earth alive. The heavenly demon staff danced wildly, wanting to destroy the heaven and earth. Boom boom boom. Sword chi flew everywhere, and the dragon elephant danced. The heavenly demons showed their might, and the heaven and earth were destroyed. Between the heaven and earth, many mountain peaks were destroyed, and bottomless pits appeared. The battle was very intense. Xianxia already knew that there was a battle here, but he was only a mystic the arch, so how could he join the battle? When he came near, he saw Ling Xiao, who was healing, and quickly carried him far away. The heavenly demons have appeared. Fortunately, the palace lord is an undying cockroach, and his fate is not dead yet. Xianxiao could not help but sigh. Ling Xiao was healing, and when he heard Xianxiao's words, he almost vomited a few more mouthfuls of blood. Now, the broken wounds on his body were gradually healing, and the dark attribute corrosive power did not cause much damage to Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao had the innate wind pearl in his sea of consciousness, which could absorb the corrosive power. This time, the most injured parts were his bones and internal organs, and with his current recovery speed, he still felt that it was not enough. Fortunately, the immortal tree was still his life-saving trump card, and the ancient sovereign divine art had the magical recovery effect, or else Ling Xiao would be dead. Just as the battle was getting more and more intense, Ling Xiao's condition was getting better. "Fraud, let me come down," Ling Xiao said with a weak breath. Xianxiao did as Ling Xiao said, and Ling Xiao took out a lot of spring liquid of life and drank it. The ancient sovereign divine art circulated quickly, and his injuries recovered quickly. However, he had only recovered 30% of his strength, and he could only deal with martial artists of the mystic the arch realm at most, and it would be hard for him to survive against saints. Ling Xiao looked at the battle in the distance, and his brows were knitted tightly. He hesitated for a moment, and a fire-colored elixir appeared in his hand. Bursts of strong elixir fragrance wafted out, and it also contained some explosive factors. "Palace Master, it's better to let them retreat. The heavenly demon has descended, and his battle prowess is definitely not to be underestimated. He has already matured, and I'm afraid there aren't many sacred emperors who want to kill him. It's too late to retreat now. You stay here and don't move, and don't even release your aura. Wait for me to kill this dog *T heavenly demon," Ling Xiao said and threw the elixir in his hand into his mouth, and the lion-tiger beast immediately appeared beside him. Ling Xiao's aura actually exploded at this moment, and he flipped on the lion-tiger beast, with the heaven-suppressing drum already in his hand. "Palace Lord, you..." Xianxiao wanted to stop Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao and the lion-tiger beast were already 10,000 meters away. "I hope I can kill this fellow to prevent any more trouble," Ling Xiao thought to himself. At this moment, his strength actually continued to soar, and in a short while, he reached the peak of his original strength, and in the blink of an eye, he actually reached the strength of a high-tier saint. Ling Xiao did not break through to the strength of a high-tier saint, but that elixir of his temporarily allowed him to reach this level. However, this elixir could only last for 2 hours. After 2 hours, his cultivation level would directly drop to the cultivation level of the mystic the arch, and he would not be able to display the strength of a saint for a month. This elixir was an 8th grade small saint elixir, a pseudo-saint elixir, which could temporarily increase one's strength by 1 level. This was a backup elixir that Ling Xiao had previously refined in his spare time. After all, no one knew when they would meet a ruthless opponent, and this was also a precaution, so that he could have one more life-saving trump card. After increasing his strength by 1 level, Ling Xiao's battle strength increased by 10 times, and his battle strength was close to the peak of a low-tier holy emperor. Even if he fought against a normal mid-tier holy emperor, he would not be easily defeated. However, it was impossible for him to directly fight against the Black Devil with this kind of strength, so he could only rely on the heaven-suppressing drum. At this time, Sha Tian and Euro Fei had already been seriously injured by the Black Devil, and it was difficult for them to resist. Next, the Black Devil could kill anyone one by one. Chapter 1032. Both of you are considered powerful existences at the same level, but when you meet me, Black Demon, the only path left for you is death. Black Demon laughed maniacally, wanting to kill Sha Tian first. However, just as he was about to attack, he seemed to sense something and looked in a certain direction. "What's going on? This kid is actually still alive?" Black Demon looked at Ling Xiao, who had rushed over on his lion-tiger beast, with a face full of shock. Ling Xiao had been beaten into a meat patty by him. Even the Holy Emperor would not be able to survive. Unexpectedly, in just an hour, not only did he not die, his injuries seemed to have healed, and his strength had directly increased to that of a high-level saint. This was truly shocking. It must be the final radiance of a setting sun. Black Demon narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with disdain. In his eyes, even if Ling Xiao had reached the strength of the Holy Emperor, he would still be unable to withstand a single blow. Ling Xiao was 10,000 meters away from Black Demon when he muttered, "Black Demon, you traitor who betrayed your master and killed your father, today is the day you die." Betraying one's master and killing one's father. These words were like a demonic sound that echoed in Black Demon's ears. It was so ear-piercing and uncomfortable that his blood and chi couldn't help but churn. Some scenes unconsciously appeared in his mind. When he was young, he was almost drowned in a pig cage. An imposing figure descended from the heavens and saved him. He taught him martial arts, taught him how to grow independently, and taught him how to kill, set fire, and rob for the first time. As that person taught him more and more, his heart became more and more hateful, his ambition grew, and his rebellious mentality became stronger and stronger. In the end, he couldn't help but swing the knife of betrayal at that person and chase that person away. Then, he naturally sat on that person's seat. Not many people knew about this, even in the sect, and no one dared to mention it in front of him. He had already forgotten about this matter the earliest. He didn't regret it, nor did he feel guilty about it. However, if someone mentioned it in front of him, it would be a complete slap to his face. How could he take it? Mad Tooth must have told you. But do you have the ability to kill me? Let me send the three of you on your way first. Black Demon said with a cold expression. Immediately after, he rushed towards Ling Xiao. He planned to kill this annoying brat first. However, before he could reach Ling Xiao had already taken the opportunity to concentrate all his strength on his palm and hit the sky suppression drum. Dong! Tathagata was like the bugle horn on the ancient battlefield, and like the morning bell of the drum tomb in the deep mountains and old forests, so loud and melodious. Instantly, Black Demon felt his blood and organs churning. Blood seeped out from his 7 orifices. He looked extremely frightening. Go to hell! Ling Xiao roared and once again raised his hand to hit the sky suppression drum. However, when his palm landed on the sky suppression drum, he suddenly lost the aura of Black Demon. Brat, you actually have such a trump card, but you can go to hell now. Black Demon had already rushed behind Ling Xiao and hit Ling Xiao with his palm. Bang! Ling Xiao immediately fell to the ground like a cannonball. Just as Black Demon was about to give chase again, Yuro Fei had already consumed the spring of life and recovered much of her strength. She shone the static mirror at Black Demon. The continuous light forced Black Demon to be unable to kill Ling Xiao instantly. Ling Xiao got up from the ground, locked onto Black Demon's aura, and hit the sky suppression drum again. Dong! Ah! Black Demon let out a blood-curdling scream. He didn't explode, but more blood seeped out from his skin. I, Black Demon, will remember this. Don't offend me in the future. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death. Black Demon left behind these harsh words and summoned back the demon dragon, who was still fighting. The man and beast quickly left the space. Who's afraid of you, you traitor? If you have the ability, let's fight for 300 rounds. If I don't kill you, my surname isn't Ling. Ling Xiao shouted as he chased after Black Demon with the sky suppression drum in his arms. However, after flying for only 1,000 meters, his body fell heavily to the ground. It turned out that he had just received Black Demon's all-out attack and had used all his strength on the sky suppression drum. His body could no longer bear the weight. Smile! Yuro Fei cried out and dragged her heavily injured body to Ling Xiao's side. Ling Xiao laughed bitterly and said, I'm fine. I won't die for now. Go over and take a look at Sha Tian. Then, he took out the spring of life and drank it. With Black Demon gone, Ling Xiao and the others barely survived. Xian Yao's divination had come true. It was a bad omen that he had encountered the Yin demon and the heavenly demon. It had almost cost him his life. 2 hours passed. Ling Xiao's body was in so much pain that he couldn't stop the pain. Even elixirs couldn't stop the pain. Yuro Fei, who was watching from the side, was extremely worried. She couldn't wait to suffer in place of Ling Xiao. This was what happened to Ling Xiao after he consumed the pseudo-sage pill. His strength dropped from a high-level saint to a mystic the Arch. Moreover, it was the weakest mystic the Arch. It would be difficult for him to fight for a month. Consuming elixirs that could increase one's strength rapidly would usually cause great harm to a martial artist's foundation. Fortunately, Ling Xiao hadn't used the innate sinister wind pearl's power to break through to the high-level saint level. The compressed power allowed Ling Xiao to counteract the side effects, so his foundation wasn't affected at all. Phew, it's really killing me. It's better to use it less in the future unless it's a matter of life and death. Ling Xiao sighed softly. He collapsed on Yuro Fei's soft thighs and closed his eyes to rest. Yuro Fei and Sha Tian also took the opportunity to recover from their injuries. Only Xianyao scuttled behind the waterfall and entered the cave to see if it was the location of the transmission formation. There were formation patterns in the cave, but they had been completely destroyed by someone. Even the card slots for the beast cores had been destroyed. There were also a few bodies of Yin demons and corpse demons in the cave formation that had been destroyed. Xianyao sighed. It seems that there's no way to enter the mother formation. Moreover, the black demon came out from here. He might have already taken away the sacred object. 7 days later, Ling Xiao and the others had left the Yin demon sect's territory. However, they didn't really leave. They just stayed away for a while to recuperate from their injuries. During these days, many people from various forces kept appearing in the vicinity. They were all trying to find out if the Yin demon sect had really been destroyed. When they saw the desolate area, they could finally be sure that the Yin demon sect had truly disappeared from the fort. Many people wanted to pick up the leftovers and see if there were any good things in the Yin demon sect that hadn't been discovered. Unfortunately, they couldn't get anything good from the Yin demon sect no matter how much effort they put in. During this month, many people came to the Yin demon sect to investigate. In the end, after they confirmed the results, people gradually stopped coming. Ling Xiao finally recovered his original strength. They were still on the mountain ridge not far from the ghastly puppet sect, because Ling Xiao would not give up until he entered the Mother Ghost formation. Fraud, you've been pondering for a month. Have you found a way to break the 10,000 slaughter formation? Ling Xiao asked Xianyao. Xianyao shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "This is a top-notch killing formation. There's no way to solve it except to destroy it directly." Then you can't repair the transmission formation in the cave? Ling Xiao asked again. Xianyao rolled his eyes and said, "It's already destroyed to that extent. How can I repair it?" Ling Xiao said, "It seems that you don't have any real ability except for swindling people." Xianyao rolled his eyes and was speechless from anger. He said in a stifled tone, "Go and break it yourself if you can." "What if I break them? What are you going to do?" Ling Xiao said with a malicious smile. "Impossible." Xianyao replied with absolute certainty. The 10,000 slaughter formation was a peerless and ferocious formation. It could only be broken if many peerless experts worked together to completely destroy it. However, if that was the case, even the Mother Ghost formation would be destroyed. Whatever sacred object was inside would also be turned into powder. Xianyao was knowledgeable and had studied more than 1,000 formations of various sizes. He knew these formations like the back of his hand. It was impossible to break such a ominous formation, so he didn't believe that Ling Xiao could really do it. If I say it's possible, then it's possible. If you lose, how about you wash my underwear for a month? Ling Xiao said with a confident smile. Xianyao's face instantly fell. The palace master's suggestion was too bad. Why wouldn't I dare to see it? Ling Xiao asked again. Xianyao gritted his teeth and said, of course I'll see it. If I win, you must refine a few pills to increase my strength. It's best if I can reach the Saint Realm as soon as possible. He felt that he would definitely win, but he always felt that Ling Xiao could do something unexpected. No problem, I'll refine it for you for free. Let's go and break that whatever formation. Ling Xiao said with a somewhat high-spirited look. I'd like to see how you do it. Xianyao said with some anger. Then, the four of them rushed to the ghastly Drake sect's territory again. No one came here anymore. After all, there was still a lot of death chi here. It was really not suitable for anyone to cultivate or stay for long. The four of them arrived in front of the stone room. It was the same as before. Sha Tian, take good care of Xianyao. The rest of you stay away, I'm going to break the formation. Ling Xiao stopped playing around and said very seriously. Xianyao said, Palace Master, don't take risks. Maybe all the things inside have been taken by Black Demon. Don't let the gains outweigh the losses. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. If I don't go in and take a look, I won't feel at ease. Ling Xiao replied. Then, the spatial ring on his finger turned into a medicine cauldron. Go! Ling Xiao didn't hesitate and directly smashed the obsidian cauldron into the passage where the formation was laid. Rumble! The terrifying energy rays instantly circulated, emitting a terrifying might that could destroy anything in its path. Ling Xiao and the others were shocked by the power of this 10,000 slaughter formation and quickly retreated far away. Chapter 1033. The stone room exploded, and the small illusion restriction was no longer there. Only the entrance of the passage was still bursting with the power to destroy the heaven and earth. Beams of energy constantly bombarded the medicine cauldron. Ling Xiao, Xianyao, Eurofei, and Sha Tian had already retreated 10,000 meters away, but they could still feel the throbbing of the cauldron. Palace Lord, don't tell me that you can break the 10,000 slaughter formation just like this? Xianyao asked. Ling Xiao nodded and said, yes, I can break it like this, and wait until it runs out of energy, then won't it be easy to solve it? I have to say that Palace Lord's method is very ingenious. Any formation needs the energy of a beast core to maintain, but you should know that this top-notch killing formation uses the beast core of a level 9 holy beast as its foundation. I don't know how long it will take to exhaust its energy. I'm afraid that many people will discover the existence of this place, and it will be impossible for us to monopolize the things inside. Xianyao said. Xianyao was naturally more familiar with formations than Ling Xiao, but he was a true formation master. Although he felt that Ling Xiao's method was not bad, it was very inappropriate. It was unknown how many years it would take to exhaust the energy of this formation. Is that so? Then I want to see how long it can last. Ling Xiao wasn't worried at all. He smiled faintly and spread his palms in the direction of the cauldron, and then shouted, transform. Ling Xiao's perception was focused on the cauldron, and as soon as he gave the order, the half-meter-tall cauldron immediately swelled up. In the blink of an eye, it became as big as a house, and the attacking power of the killing formation became even greater. However, the cauldron didn't stop because of this, and its volume continued to expand until it finally burst the entrance of the passage. The power of the restriction couldn't stop the transformation of the cauldron, and the power of the killing formation bombarded the cauldron, but it didn't cause any damage to it. One must know that the cauldron was a genuine divine tool, and although it wasn't an offensive weapon, it was definitely the hardest weapon in the world. It couldn't be destroyed by ordinary force, even if it was a level 9 killing formation. Boom boom boom. Countless beams of energy slammed into the cauldron, each attack containing the full power of a holy emperor. Even a holy emperor at the peak of his power would die inside. However, in front of a true divine cauldron, these energies were like decorative balls of light that were completely useless. The cauldron was covered in layers of fiery halos that directly isolated these energies. Seeing this, Xianyao's eyes became incomparably shocked. In the end, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart, it seems like I'm going to lose. Ling Xiao had only thought of this solution during his 1 month of recuperation. The principle was the same as when he broke through the 9th layer of the space barrier. If the endless sea of lightning could not destroy the sacred cauldron, then the power of the 10,000 slaughter formation naturally did not have the ability to do so. That was why Ling Xiao decided to take a gamble. As long as the divine cauldron became infinitely large, the 10,000 slaughter array would explode. Rumble. Sure enough, an earth-shattering power exploded, and a mushroom-shaped ball of air flew into the air. Ling Xiao immediately ordered, Ro Fei, Sha Tian, immediately spread out your aura. You must not let anyone come over. Ro Fei and Sha Tian immediately split into 2 directions, guarding their positions to prevent the commotion from just now from attracting others. Fraud, let's go in. Ling Xiao said to Xianyao, then rushed towards the entrance of the broken passage. Ling Xiao kept the divine cauldron. The entrance of the passage had already been completely destroyed, and countless rocks had buried the entrance. Ling Xiao used the golden dragon spear to open a path, and sure enough, he saw an entrance staircase. Without hesitation, he rushed down the stairs. Xianyao exclaimed from behind, Palace Master, you must be careful. There might be some kind of vicious array inside. Ling Xiao had already entered. Xianyao hesitated for a moment before following suit. He thought to himself, there's already a 10,000 slaughter array outside, so there shouldn't be any more terrifying array inside, right? Indeed, other than the pitch-black darkness, there were no more killing arrays. However, there were quite a few Yin demons and corpse demons. They seemed to have been ordered by someone to immediately attack once someone invaded. However, Ling Xiao had already recovered his strength. Even the middle stage Holy Emperor would have to retreat from the heavenly fire in his hands, not to mention the Yin demons and corpse demons here. Fraud, don't get so close yet. Wait for me to use the heavenly fire to open a path. You can come in later. Ling Xiao's voice came from inside. Xianyao could only wait at the entrance for Ling Xiao's call before entering. After a long while, Ling Xiao's voice came out again, and Xianyao dared to continue deeper. The secret underground room was very deep. The 2 of them walked for more than half a day, but they still hadn't reached the end. However, the deeper they went, the more vigorous the life force became. It was the purest smell of life essence. The Ghost Mother Array has gathered the power of many child arrays. The spring of life here is definitely more than 10 times more than the child arrays we obtained before. I just don't know if there's any left, Xianyao said. There's probably not much left. That black demon must have had an affair with that old witch. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known the location of the transmission array and slipped away from there. I hope there's still some leftovers for me to pick up. Ling Xiao sighed. After walking for a while, they finally reached the end of the secret room. It was a spacious space with exquisite and elegant decorations. There was a bed, a screen, a dressing table, and a bookshelf, so this is a place for an elegant person to live in. However, why do I smell a strong stench? Ling Xiao said as he looked around. Because the people who live here are all originally, so there's a lot of stench. Xianyao smiled. There should be a secret room switch here, but someone has already helped us open it. Ling Xiao said as his gaze fell on a wall. The secret room's entrance was obviously not closed tightly. There was a crack in the door, and streams of life essence were leaking out from it. Ling Xiao impatiently rushed in, and Xianxia followed closely behind. There was a 10-meter-wide depression in the secret room, and there were still traces of the spring of life's remaining power on the ground. Ling Xiao beat his chest with all his might and said with a pained heart, "Damn it, he really took all of it away, this damn bastard." It was certain that this 10-meter-wide pit was definitely filled with the spring of life's water. After all, there were many runes engraved around the secret room, and their target was directly gathered above the huge pit. It was a pity that these runes were all destroyed, and the beast cores in the core of the formation had long been taken away by someone else. It was no wonder that Ling Xiao's heart ached. He had worked so hard to destroy the Yin puppet sect, but not only did he not get many benefits, he had even almost lost his life. Now that he had finally broken through the formation and entered, what awaited him was this kind of result. Xianxia could not help but smile bitterly. If I said it earlier, it might have been taken away by someone else long ago. Palace Master, you've wasted your time. Ling Xiao's expression was extremely dejected, and he could not be bothered to reply to Xianxia. At this time, Xianxia began to look around at the surrounding formation, hoping to learn more about the formation from these formation patterns. After an unknown period of time, Xianxia suddenly jumped up high and exclaimed, "Something's wrong." At the side, Ling Xiao, who was in a daze, jumped in fright and said unhappily, "Fraud, what the hell are you shouting for?" The Ghost Mother's Demon Child formation. The Ghost Mother can nurture the Demon Child's heart, but the Ghost Mother's body must use the Demon Child's heart as a medium in order to nurture the mother's fetus. This is just a place to accumulate the spring of life. This should be considered one of the many Demon Child formations, definitely not the real Mother formation. Xianxia made a judgment. That's impossible, right? There are so many locks arranged here, and there's a peerless ominous formation protecting the outside. Moreover, this is within the ghastly Drake sect's territory. How can this be just a demon child formation? No, I didn't say that the mother formation is not here, I just said that this formation is not the mother formation. Xianxia said, paused for a moment, then said, I've studied the demon child formation, and I carefully observed this formation. It's not much different from the one under Wind Cloud City, so I'm sure this is not the mother formation. I'm confused by your words, speak clearly. Ling Xiao patted his forehead and said. Xianxia took 2 steps to the 10-meter deep pit, then stepped on it with both legs. As the saying goes, mother and son are connected. I think this is where the mother formation is. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up, and he immediately exclaimed, Are you sure? We'll only know if we lift this place up. Xianxia said. After saying that, he lowered his body and carved a small formation on the 10-meter deep pit. Immediately after setting up a defense, he activated the formation and blew up the place. The reason why Xianxia had set up this formation to break the ground was to prevent the use of force to blow up this place. He was afraid that it would touch the mother formation below, and at that time, it would cause a chain reaction and an explosion, and they would not be able to escape death. He had already controlled the power of this small formation, and it could avoid the reaction of other formations, so it was the most appropriate use. The 10-meter deep pit caved in. A 10-meter deep hole appeared in front of Ling Xiao and Xianxia. When the two of them looked down the hole, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At the bottom of the hole, there were many energy lights flashing. These energy lights were like human meridians gathered together, and they all contained endless life energy. Overall, it looked like a human body that was dozens of meters tall, with a head, hands, and feet. It was extremely strange and magnificent. In this human-shaped energy formation, the thing under the abdomen that looked like a placenta was constantly jumping, as if it was alive. It was extremely magical. This should be the mother formation. Ling Xiao exclaimed softly. Xianxia nodded his head and praised, it should be right. This is truly a heaven-defying ghost mother formation. Chapter 1034. The Ghost Mother Demon Child formation is a top-notch formation that combines the Ghost Mother formation and the Demon Child formation. The Demon Child formation was an evil formation that specialized in absorbing life essence, while the Mother Ghost formation used the absorbed life essence to nurture the life force to create the most powerful divine soul embryo. This divine soul has accumulated the life essence of hundreds of millions of people. It is unknown how many tens of thousands of years it has taken to form this embryo. It is unknown how many times more precious it is than the demon child's heart. Whoever could absorb and refine the energy of the fetus would have an endless lifespan. They would be like a true god, immortal and immortal. Ling Xiao and Xian Yao's breathing became rapid. If the spring of life is a holy object, then this embryo that has been accumulated for tens of thousands of years is a priceless divine object. Any holy emperor would go crazy for it. Ling Xiao's green eyes and Xian Yao's heavenly eye fell on the embryo. Their expressions changed once again. Not good, someone has already occupied the divine embryo. If she is allowed to grow smoothly, she will definitely absorb all the essence of the embryo and become a divine soul. Xian Yao shouted. Ling Xiao also saw that there is a soul inside the embryo that is absorbing the power of the divine embryo. However, no matter how hard it tries, the absorption speed is not very fast. It's that old witch, she is actually not dead. Ling Xiao shouted. The soul inside the embryo is actually the appearance of the Yin Ghost Mother. It seems that the one that was destroyed is only her avatar. Her real soul is already hiding inside the embryo, waiting for the day to be reborn, break through the body of the holy emperor and become a god. We must stop her. Once she is destroyed, it will not be a problem for her to directly reach the divine king realm. Xian Yao said and actually wanted to destroy the embryo. Ling Xiao pressed his hand and said, "Fraud, you are crazy. Didn't you say that devouring the embryo can help one become a god and there is hope for the divine king realm in the future? How can you destroy it? What's the point of not destroying it? Don't tell me you're just going to let her continue like this and allow her to become a Yin master?" Xian Yao asked. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, "No, absolutely not. Think of a way to stop her without destroying the energy of the fetus. The light energy of the mother formation is actually the life energy absorbed from the monster child formations. It contains the purest energy and is not a threat. Anyone can easily destroy it. However, it is almost impossible to preserve the energy of the mother fetus. After all, it has been taken over by that evil woman. We have to destroy it," Xian Yao explained. Then, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Unless." Ling Xiao asked impatiently, "Unless what?" "Unless Palace Master uses his soul power to enter the mother's fetus and kill it, taking the power of the mother's fetus for himself," Xian Yao said. "That's a good idea. I will kill her now." Ling Xiao immediately clapped his hands and prepared to leave his body. Xian Yao hurriedly said, "Palace Master, don't be anxious. That evil woman is the Holy Emperor. I am afraid her soul power is very strong. Don't go for wool and come home shorn." Ling Xiao was deep in thought. After a while, his draconic eyes flashed with a bright light. He had a plan in mind. "Don't worry, you help me. I will definitely kill her," Ling Xiao said confidently. Then, without waiting for Xian Yao's agreement, his soul flew into the cave. "Evil woman, you want to become a divine soul and reconstruct a body? You have no chance." Ling Xiao shouted and entered the mother's fetus. Immediately, waves of boundless power poured into his soul. He felt as if he was bathing in a hot spring, extremely comfortable. Furthermore, his soul power had also grown by quite a bit at that moment. If his soul stayed here for a long time to cultivate, it could indeed grow to an unimaginable stage. In the future, he would be able to enter the body and become omnipotent. The Yin Ghost Matriarch's soul power was actually hidden in the mother formation. She did not intend to absorb the power of the mother's fetus so quickly. Instead, she planned to devour the mother's power after her power reached the peak of the Holy Emperor. She would return to her youth and become a supreme divine monarch. However, the Ghost matriarch was suddenly attacked by other forces. Although she was confident that she could repel the invaders one by one, she still had a backup plan. However, she, who had always been cautious, had left a backup plan. She had left one of her avatars here, just in case. Just as she had expected, the other party was actually powerful enough to cut down her physical body with a sword and destroy her ghastly puppet sect. Therefore, she had no choice but to let her soul enter the mother's fetus and use its power to nurture her divine soul. In the future, she would be able to reconstruct her body and reach the divine state. After all, this formation was a top-grade formation laid down by the first-generation ancestor of the ghastly Drake sect. Child formations were set up in many forgotten barbarian lands so that they could absorb the life essence of many martial artists and accumulate the most primitive life force. Therefore, what was nurtured in the mother's fetus was definitely a real divine soul that could reconstruct a divine body. As long as she reached this step, no one would dare to oppose her in the fortress, let alone rebuild the Ghost matriarch. She would even have a place in the heaven region. She felt that the location of the mother array was isolated by layers of arrays, so no one should be able to find it. She didn't even reveal this place to her most trusted lover, Mo. Moreover, there was the temptation of the demon child array in the upper levels. Anyone who obtained the life spring water from the demon child array would leave. However, it had been found by someone else. This time, she was extremely shocked. However, she was the soul of a high-level holy emperor, and this was the majority of her soul power that she had left behind. It was not inferior to the main soul of a mid-level holy emperor. In fact, it was a level higher. It would not be a problem for her to fight or escape. The key was that she was afraid that if the mother formation was destroyed, the mother's fetus would also be destroyed. Everything she had hoped for would be over, and she would become a lonely ghost. When Ling Xiao entered the mother's fetus in his soul form, the Ghost matriarch became complacent. The other party was arrogant and came here with the soul of a saint. Even if it was the full power of the main soul, it was nothing to her. Little bastard, you actually found this place. I really don't know what skill you used, but you should not have come here. I will swallow your soul now and let you know the consequences of killing this holy emperor. The Ghost matriarch temporarily stopped devouring and refining the mother's fetus and rushed towards Ling Xiao. It was not suitable to fight in the mother's fetus. Therefore, the Ghost matriarch only planned to use the strength of her soul power to suppress Ling Xiao and swallow Ling Xiao's soul. Old witch, your body has already been destroyed. What's the use of keeping a remnant soul? You might as well die. Ling Xiao bluntly scolded. The Ghost matriarch shouted, you have a sharp tongue. I think you don't know how to write the word death. After saying that, she arrived at Ling Xiao's side and used a simple binding technique to trap Ling Xiao's soul. Then, she used her soul power to devour Ling Xiao. With his soul power in close combat, Ling Xiao was naturally not afraid of anyone. Even if it was the Ghost matriarch who had reached the Holy Emperor realm. After all, Ling Xiao's soul power had already reached the Holy Emperor realm. Moreover, it had been cleansed in the endless sea of thunder, allowing him to fully display the strongest side of his soul power. Just for safety's sake, Ling Xiao did not dare to immediately display his battle strength. He was afraid that the Ghost matriarch would break the net and destroy the mother's fetus. That would be troublesome. Therefore, from the beginning, Ling Xiao showed weakness to the enemy. He was barely able to resist the Ghost matriarch's soul power devouring, but he looked rather miserable. After a while, the Ghost matriarch became more and more complacent. As long as Ling Xiao's soul was destroyed, wouldn't that mystic emperor brat outside be easily killed by her? The more she thought about it, the more complacent she became. As long as the two of them were left behind, her plan could still be carried out smoothly. Damn it! This old witch's soul is actually this strong. This consort doesn't want to play with you anymore. I'm going to destroy everything here, shouted Ling Xiao, acting like a cornered dog jumping over a wall. The Yin Ghost matriarch's expression changed greatly. She immediately shouted, "Little bastard, if you dare to do this, this holy emperor will swallow you alive." The Yin Ghost matriarch increased her attacks. Her soul power continuously wrapped around Ling Xiao's soul power. She wanted to devour Ling Xiao's soul power with all her might. Ling Xiao struggled with all his might. Finally, he barely escaped from her evil clutches. "Old witch, just you wait to become a lonely ghost." Ling Xiao escaped from the mother's fetus and shouted angrily. "Little bastard, stay here for me." The Yin Ghost matriarch naturally didn't want Ling Xiao to destroy the mother formation. If that happened, everything would be over for her. She couldn't care so much. She immediately rushed out of the mother's fetus and chased after Ling Xiao. She wanted to completely keep his soul. Ling Xiao seemed to be in a hurry to escape. The Yin Ghost matriarch was even more anxious. She definitely couldn't let Ling Xiao return to his true body. Who knew that just as she was about to approach Ling Xiao's soul suddenly stopped. "Little bastard, go to hell." The Yin Ghost matriarch shouted. Her soul power surged and blasted towards Ling Xiao. She couldn't make any big movements in the mother's fetus. Now that she was outside, she had less scruples. "Heh, you old witch should die first." Ling Xiao turned around and sneered. His soul power instantly surged. Ling Xiao's soul power was comparable to the Holy Emperor's. His battle power was definitely not weaker than the Holy Emperor's true body. Naturally, the Yin Ghost matriarch was very confident in dealing with her soul power. Ling Xiao turned around and unleashed a storm of attacks. He was sure that he could kill her in the shortest time possible. He also didn't want to affect the mother's energy. The Yin Ghost matriarch was stunned. Just now, she was clearly suppressing her opponent. She didn't expect that her opponent's soul power was stronger than hers. It really caught her off guard. After a series of attacks, the Yin Ghost matriarch's soul power scattered a lot. She looked weaker and weaker. Only then did she realize that her opponent was luring the tiger away from the mountain. He was also thinking of attacking the mother's fetus. Chapter 1035. Damn it, I won't let you have your way. The Yin Ghost mother screamed as she tried to break free from Ling Xiao's soul and enter the mother's womb. She was thinking that if she couldn't obtain the mother's power, then she would just break up. This was better than Ping Yi, this little bastard. However, Ling Xiao had already lured her up, so how could he let her go back so easily? Ling Xiao's soul power surged again, and at the same time, his soul was divided into 12 streams, which surrounded the Yin Ghost mother from all directions, beating her soul power until it collapsed. Ling Xiao's soul power was not ordinary, and he had also cultivated a high-level Xian skill, which was the limitless doppelganger technique. The Yin Ghost mother kept on defending, but she found that she couldn't hold on anymore. The opponent's soul power was too terrifying. "Old witch, this queen will send you to hell right now." Ling Xiao sneered as the 12 doppelganger souls all came close and devoured her soul power. The Yin Ghost mother resisted for a while, but eventually felt that she couldn't hold on anymore, so she could only beg for mercy. "Little. Please, please spare me, I am willing to follow young master, everything here belongs to you, please spare my life." The Yin Ghost mother still wanted to live and didn't want to die like this, so she had no choice but to beg for mercy. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao was not a kind and merciful person, especially towards this kind of old witch. He definitely wouldn't let her stay by his side and cause trouble. "Want me to let you go? In your next life." Ling Xiao screamed as a powerful devouring power burst out. The 12 soul power directly tore the Een ghost mother's soul into 12 pieces and devoured it alive. Little bastard, I curse you to die a horrible death. The Een ghost mother let out a final cry and disappeared from the mother formation. Ling Xiao devoured her soul and didn't care about the curse at all. He had always believed in the strong belief of, my fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of the heavens, so how could he be scared by a mere curse? Ling Xiao's soul power returned to his body and quickly refined the Een ghost mother's soul power, increasing his soul power and filling up his soul fluid. Alright, fraud, what do you think we should do with this mother fetus? Ling Xiao asked after a light breath. Of course I absorbed it. Could it be that Palace Master has other uses for it? Xianyao asked in confusion. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, fraud, in the eyes of outsiders, you and I may be different, but I've always seen you as a brother. As the saying goes, brothers should share weal and woe together. This place was discovered by both of us, how could I keep it all to myself? Xianyao understood what Ling Xiao meant. Ling Xiao wanted to share the mother fetus energy with him. However, there was only one mother fetus, so there was still room for discussion. Xianyao sighed, you can absorb the mother fetus yourself. Xianyao will remember Palace Master's good intentions. He paused for a moment before continuing, the reason why I was willing to follow Palace Master was because I knew that Palace Master was the holy emperor that I had to support for my entire life. Only Palace Master can continue to grow stronger, and I, Xianyao, will naturally be indebted to Palace Master. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to reach my current strength with my own strength, let alone go to the heaven domain with Palace Master. In fact, Palace Master has given me a lot of kindness over the years. I will never touch the mother fetus energy. Xianyao sincerely hopes that Palace Master can grow faster, so that I can follow Palace Master to a meteoric rise. Xianyao's words were indeed from the bottom of his heart. It wasn't that he wasn't tempted by the mother fetus. After all, it was something that belonged to a divine object. Once he had it, his future would be limitless. However, he also knew that he wasn't fated to be a master. He could only forever be an assistant. Only then would he be able to go further. Ling Xiao was now a saint and a saint alchemist. Once he obtained the mother fetus energy, his strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. In the future, he wouldn't just be a holy emperor, he would definitely be able to step into the god domain and become a true god. With Ling Xiao's personality, once he became a divine king, would he mistreat the people around him? This was obviously impossible. As long as Xianyao followed him, Xianyao would always be treated well by him. In the future, becoming a saint would definitely not be a problem. As for whether or not he would become a god, there was no need to think too far into the future. Ling Xiao didn't think that his modesty would cause Xianyao to say such words. In his heart, he valued Xianyao even more. Everyone was greedy and wanted to pursue the pinnacle of power. And this divine object in front of him was something that even the holy emperor would covet. Even brothers would become enemies because of it. Xianyao's direct confession made Ling Xiao feel that he was a bit petty. Since you're so open-minded, then I won't be delicate anymore. I, Ling Xiao, swear that as long as I, Ling Xiao, am here, I will never mistreat my brother Xianyao. If I violate this rule, then let me be gang-raped by thousands of ugly women. Ling Xiao swore very seriously. Xianyao smiled bitterly. Palace Lord, why do you have to do this? Ling Xiao said, this is a must. If I can become a god, I will definitely let you become one as well. This was an agreement and a serious promise for Ling Xiao. He knew that he wasn't a good person. In the face of this fetus, he naturally wanted to monopolize it. However, he had his own principles. Naturally, he had to take care of his brother's feelings first. Xianyao's decision helped him, and in fact, it was also helping himself. Just as Ling Xiao was about to absorb the power of the fetus, Xianyao said, Palace Lord, breaking the 10,000 despair ominous formation has caused quite a commotion. I'm afraid that this place is no longer a secret. We must take some precautions. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, let's go. I have a way to make it so that no one can find this place in a short period of time. Ling Xiao and Xianxia went out together and summoned Yuro Fei and Sha Tian. However, from what the two of them said, there were indeed people who came here just now. However, some were trapped by the illusion set up by Ling Xiao, and some were intimidated by the two of them and didn't dare to act recklessly for a while. However, as time passed, it was likely that more people would come. At that time, everything here would no longer be a secret. If there was a divine object here, it might even cause a bloody storm. Ling Xiao's method was very simple. He only added a few more layers of illusions to the entrance of the passageway. Now that his illusions had reached the intermediate level, even the Holy Emperor would find it difficult to break them in a short period of time. Without a special illusion-breaking potion or eye technique, it would be impossible to see through his illusions. After the illusions, he had Xianxia set up a few large formations to prevent others from breaking the illusions and disturbing them. After doing all this, Ling Xiao had Yuro Fei, Sha Tian and Xianxia protect him. The mother formation was not destroyed, and energy was still being transmitted from the various spaces. The mother fetus energy was not absorbed much by the Yin ghost mother. There were two ways for Ling Xiao to refine all of its energy. One was to break the mother fetus and devour it completely. This was the fastest way, but it also consumed the most energy. With Ling Xiao's current strength, directly devouring the mother fetus would cause him to explode or waste most of the energy. It was impossible for him to reach the God King realm. Unless Ling Xiao was at the peak of the Holy Emperor's strength, he wouldn't be able to completely refine the mother fetus. The second way was to use his soul energy to slowly refine it. This way, his soul would reach the God Soul realm, and it would not be a problem for him to reach the God realm in the future. The first method might allow Ling Xiao's strength to skyrocket, but there was a great risk involved. The second method would solve the problem once and for all, but it would take a long time. After some hesitation, Ling Xiao decided to use his soul to refine the mother fetus. As long as his soul reached the God Soul realm, he would be able to rebuild his body at any time as long as his soul didn't perish. Moreover, as long as his soul reached the God realm, it would be much easier for him to improve his strength. This way, he would not encounter any bottlenecks before he reached the God realm. It was a good way to kill two birds with one stone. Ling Xiao's soul left his body and entered the mother fetus again. The mother fetus emitted a strong, pure, and boundless life energy, which made Ling Xiao feel extremely comfortable. He calmed his mind and started to absorb the energy from the mother fetus to strengthen his soul energy. Ling Xiao's soul was different from that of the mother ghost. He had the soul-controlling art, which included the cultivation, nurturing, and refining of the soul. His absorption speed was many times faster than that of the mother ghost. As the balls of life energy entered Ling Xiao's soul, a wonderful feeling arose involuntarily. His soul became more and more solid, and gradually became like a real figure, making it difficult for people to determine whether it was a soul or a body. Ling Xiao only felt a qualitative leap in his soul. His soul seemed to have been strengthened and sublimated, causing him to be intoxicated and unable to extricate himself. Palace Master's soul force is growing so fast. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh from outside. Husband, are you sure you can break through to the God realm this time? Yuro Fei asked Xianxia with some doubt. Xianxia sighed, that's hard to say, but with Palace Master's talent, I don't think there will be any problems. Although the mother fetus was a legendary divine object, there was no way to verify its effects. However, the demon child's heart had indeed allowed Luo Meiying to directly increase her cultivation to the peak of the Sky Sovereign stage. Presumably, the power of the mother fetus was definitely on top of the demon child's heart. If husband can reach the God realm, then it will be much easier for us to go to the heaven realm. Yuro Fei said. As she understood Ling Xiao more and more, she couldn't help but be amazed by Ling Xiao's battle prowess. With his strength, he could actually fight 2 levels above him, and with all kinds of trump cards, it was impossible to guard against. If Ling Xiao's strength increased again, then going to the heaven realm would be much more stable. And, don't worry. Palace Master's luck is like the heavens, and Tenbin is even more incomparable to ordinary people. He will definitely benefit a lot this time, Xianxia replied. Chapter 1036. Ling Xiao's soul entered his mother's womb and wholeheartedly cultivated, temporarily forgetting everything that he needed to do. Yuro Fei, Sha Tian, and Xianxia also took the opportunity to cultivate. Every bit of strength they had was an extra bit of protection. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed. The time for the heavenly domain to open had arrived again. Ling Xiao and the rest were unable to make it to the heaven-connecting formation this time. There were many people coming and going from the Ian Drake sect, but many of them encountered illusions and were led to him. Many of them were trapped in illusions and temporarily unable to escape. However, illusions were only illusions after all. They did not exist in reality. There would always be some cultivators with firm minds or with eye techniques who discovered the abnormalities here. However, when they were about to enter the secret room, what awaited them was a terrifying killing formation. For a moment, those who discovered the secret passage did not dare to act rashly. At the same time, they guessed that there might be a shocking treasure behind the killing formation. Of course, these people were just people who came to try their luck. One of them had the strength of a peak saint. He had eye techniques and could coincidentally see through the illusions here. The others were just companions who had followed him here. 2 of them were too impatient. After entering the secret passage, they recklessly rushed inside, but in the end, they were killed by the killing formation without leaving a corpse behind. The peak saint and the rest did not dare to act rashly, so they planned to invite some capable people to break the formation. This peak saint's name was Yupeng, and he was a somewhat famous rogue cultivator. He didn't dare to seek the help of the big forces in a big way. He just found a few helpers who were similar to him in the rogue cultivator world and invited 2 array rune masters over, intending to break the array together. A total of 15 people, led by Yupeng, once again arrived at the entrance of the secret passage. The 2 formation masters used various methods to probe the killing formation, and one of them revealed an astonished expression. This is a light shield killing formation, and it's already a tier 8 formation. The killing formation is hidden in the surrounding rock walls, and even a saint will be killed if they fall into the formation. I really don't understand how an evil sect like the Ghastly Drake sect could actually set up such a light attribute formation. Perhaps these light attribute beast cores are useless against them. The other formation master said, "That's right, the shield light killing formation has an unexpected and fatal method, but it's not difficult to break this formation. We just need to spend some effort." And Yupeng said happily, "Then I'll have to trouble the 2 of you. We'll stand guard outside." The 2 formation masters began to use their methods to break the shield light killing formation. Unfortunately, just as they were about to break through the shield light killing formation, they seemed to have touched some kind of restriction. Immediately after, there was an earth-shattering explosion. The 2 formation grandmasters were blasted out of the secret passageway. One of them had an arm blown off, and the other was covered in scars. Both of them were in a sorry and miserable state. And Yupeng and the others hurriedly rushed over. And Yupeng asked, "Masters, what is this? There's a formation within a formation. The person who set up the formation should be extremely treacherous, treacherous, treacherous." One of the formation masters said angrily. The other formation master with a broken arm cried, "My hand. My hand, this is a series of formations, it's really impossible to break, you guys should find someone else." After saying that, he took out a pill and swallowed it, then staggered out of the place. The other formation master also sighed, the person who set up the formation is a genius, to be able to link the killing formation and the formation runes before the killing formation together, making it impossible to guard against. I am also helpless. Brethren, I advise you to be cautious, although the treasure is good, but if you lose your life, what's the use? After saying that, he also left. And Yupeng was extremely unwilling. He had been stuck at the peak of the Saint Realm for many years, and had always wanted to find an opportunity to break through to the Holy Emperor realm. Now that there might be an opportunity for him to advance in this secret passage, he really didn't want to give up just like that. After An Yupeng and the others discussed for a while, they decided to forcefully destroy the formation here. However, their group did not manage to break the formation, but lost more than half of their men. In the end, they had no choice but to leave, while An Yupeng found another helper. This time, his friends were from a force, and 2 of them were low-level Holy Emperor experts. Hongguang Holy Emperor, Hongliang Holy Emperor, this is the secret passage that I discovered a few days ago, but there is a killing array here, please be careful. As for what holy room is inside, I, An Yupeng, will only take a third of it. What do you 2 Holy Emperor think? An Yupeng said very respectfully. Hongguang faintly said, this killing array is probably extraordinary. It will take a lot of effort for the 2 of us to break it. It's impossible for you to take a third of it. Hongliang chuckled and said, Big brother, don't be so direct. There must be brethren who knows about the existence of this secret passage. After we break the formation, let's see what treasures are inside. At that time, brethren can just take one of them. Hearing the words of the 2, An Yupeng's expression instantly became extremely ugly. He knew that if he found these people who were stronger than him, he wouldn't even be able to get a single hair out of them. He thought to himself, this formation isn't that easy to break. Once they break the formation and are seriously injured, I'll take their lives from the side. Everything inside will be mine. However, his wish came to nothing. Dozens of puppets flew out from Hongguang's spatial ring. These puppets, which had all reached the Saint Realm, were not afraid of any killing array at all. They directly entered the secret passage and began to destroy the formation. These formations destroyed them, but before they were completely destroyed, they destroyed some of the formation cores of the formation. When Hongliang summoned the second wave of puppets, the formation in front of him was basically destroyed along with these puppets. Following that, the 2 Holy Emperor led the way. The 2 formations behind them were directly destroyed by them, allowing them to prepare to enter the secret passage. All the treasures inside will be ours. Hongliang laughed loudly. His voice echoed in the secret passage, and he seemed especially excited. I think there must be a lot of spring of life liquid here. I can already feel the surging essence of life. Hongguang said excitedly. Swoosh! Suddenly, a sword light shot out from the secret passage. The sword light was too fast, like a meteor streaking across the sky. It disappeared in a flash, making it impossible for anyone to react. Pfft! Hongliang only felt a chill on his neck. A bloody hole had already appeared on his throat. Hongguang's hair stood on end. He didn't even think about attacking that person. However, the other party was many times faster than him. The sword light swept across once again, and a long sword mark slashed across his chest. In an instant, his body was cut in half, and blood flowed non-stop. This sudden turn of events happened too quickly. An Yupeng felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. That feeling was truly terrifying. There are still people from the ghastly puppet sect alive. That was the only thought in his mind. Then, he ignored the others and instantly fled outside. He no longer had any extravagant hopes of obtaining any treasures. He would be happy as long as he could keep his life. Unfortunately, that person did not intend to let him go. The other party's speed was many times faster than his. In just a blink of an eye, he was cut in half by the sword light. A large pool of blood blossomed in the air, appearing abnormally demonic. The others were scared out of their wits and fled as fast as they could. However, Sha Tian would never let anyone escape. They all became souls under his sword. Sha Tian returned to the secret passage again. Xianxiao had no choice but to set up the formation again. He sighed and said, "My strength is still limited. I can only stop a saint, but not the Holy Emperor. I hope Palace Lord can quickly refine the fetus and leave this place. Otherwise, something will happen sooner or later." Under the secret passage, Ling Zhao's physical body sat cross-legged at the side with his eyes closed. There was no trace of emotion on his face. His soul had already been completely immersed in the fetus of the ghost mother formation below. In the past half a year, he had absorbed a large amount of power from the fetus with the soul-controlling spell, increasing his soul power by countless times. His soul power looked no different from a real person, but his skin looked especially crystal clear, as if it was made by nature, making people feel that he was a bit bewitching. Ling Xiao was completely unaware of the changes in himself. He only knew that he was absorbing the power here to his heart's content. His absorption speed was extremely fast. However, the fetus's power seemed to be continuously transmitted to him, making him feel as if he was bathing in a celestial pool. It was indescribably wonderful and intoxicating. In the blink of an eye, another 4 months had passed. The power of the fetus was almost completely absorbed by Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao's soul had unknowingly undergone a change. His originally condensed soul gradually showed signs of collapse. It was as if it had been shattered by a terrible power. It gradually dissipated between heaven and earth. If someone saw this scene, they would definitely think that Ling Xiao's soul had been extinguished. However, as Ling Xiao's soul dissipated, the fetus that was about to dry up also changed. It began to shrink from the original red placenta and gradually condensed into a baby inside. This baby actually grew gradually. In just a few days, it became a 5 or 6-year-old child. After half a month, it actually turned into a young appearance of Ling Xiao. However, he was now shrinking in the fetus. The power of the fetus was already very weak. It was only maintained by the life essence that was transmitted from the ghost mother formation. At this time, Ling Xiao's soul was no longer a simple soul. It was like a living body with flesh and blood. This was definitely a process of transformation. This was the important moment when Ling Xiao's soul became a divine soul. Bang! In the fetus, Ling Xiao opened his dragon eyes slightly. His soul gently stretched, and the power of the fetus that wrapped around him instantly burst. The many rays of life essence provided by the ghost mother formation became disordered. It seemed as if it would be destroyed and dissipated at any time. The 3 of you put down all your defenses. Don't resist anything I do. Ling Xiao's voice echoed in the secret room. Then, he did something that would benefit the 3 of them for the rest of their lives. Chapter 1037. The remaining power of the mother fetus was forcibly dispersed by Ling Xiao's spiritual power, but it was still inside the mother ghost array. The disordered light beams of life essence lost their target, and were about to vanish in an instant. Ling Xiao cried out in surprise. Yuro Fei, Sha Tian, and Xianxiao all turned to look at him. At the same time, when they heard Ling Xiao's words, they completely relaxed their soul senses and no longer put up any guard. This time, it was all because they had complete trust in Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao spread his arms and cried out again. He formed a circle with his hands and quickly absorbed all the energy in the mother ghost formation. Whether it was the scattered energy of the mother fetus or the life essence transmitted by the mother ghost formation, they were all instantly absorbed by him with a terrifying force. An incomparably vast and majestic force condensed between his palms. Waves of dense life origin energy were continuously compressed and solidified by him. This force was even greater than the demon child's heart. It was at least 1/10 of the mother fetus's power. Go! Ling Xiao divided this force into three and sent them towards Wuxia Xianxia, and Xianyao respectively. Quickly absorb and refine them. Ling Xiao's voice rang out again. The three of them did not dare to hesitate. They immediately opened their mouths and swallowed the force in front of them. After doing all this, Ling Xiao's spirit instantly merged with his real body. Suddenly, all the spiritual fluid, spiritual boundaries, and world energy in his sea of consciousness entered his spirit and fused with it. The two were no longer separated. The three special characteristics in his sea of consciousness immediately surrounded his spirit and emitted a dazzling light. They seemed to be resonating, and also seemed to be absorbing the various kinds of origin energy transmitted by his spirit. At the same time, the bridge between his spirit and his real body was immediately connected. Vast waves of energy were transmitted from his sea of consciousness to his dantian, rapidly strengthening his dantian. Ling Xiao's power, which had already reached the great circle of the mid-level saint, could no longer be suppressed. It instantly erupted like a flood that had broken a dam. Ling Xiao's power also soared like a rocket at this moment. From the mid-level saint to the high-level saint, it was followed by the beginner level, the mid-level, and finally the consummate level. Moreover, this momentum was still unstoppable and showed no signs of stopping. Bang! The flood was like a ferocious beast. Any obstacles in front of it were directly destroyed. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had actually reached low-level Saint King. However, his presence continued to climb, as if it did not show any signs of stopping. In the end, he roared non-stop as he advanced from the initial stage to the consummate stage. At this point, his aura slightly stagnated. However, he only paused for a moment before breaking through again. His strength reached the great circle of the mid-level Holy Emperor before stopping. Saint King was the final realm of cultivation before becoming a god. Those who could reach Saint King would have their flesh, meridians, organs, and bones all strengthened completely, allowing them to possess even greater power. They could store even more energy, and all the hidden injuries and old injuries would be cleansed by the vast, exuberant life force, to the point where they would no longer exist. Although ordinary people could strengthen their bodies when they broke through to the great circle of the Holy Emperor realm, they would not be able to get rid of the hidden injuries and old injuries. However, Ling Xiao could do it. Because the feedback was the power of his spirit, his physical body would become more perfect. In the future, he would be able to get rid of any impurities and achieve an indestructible divine body. Although Ling Xiao was prepared for an unexpected gain after his spirit returned, he did not expect this power to allow him to reach the great circle of the mid-level Holy Emperor realm in one go. This really caught him off guard, but he was overjoyed. In just a year, he had obtained the cultivation that others had cultivated for 1,000 years or even several thousand years. This joy was something that everyone dreamed of, and Ling Xiao was no exception. Even if Ling Xiao used the three strange creatures to focus on cultivation, he would not be able to achieve such strength at such a young age. He felt as if his body was separated from the world, and he had the power to destroy mountains and rivers with his bare hands. An unprecedented sense of confidence surged in him. He felt that it would be difficult to find a worthy opponent in the fortress. Even if he went to the heaven realm, he would have the ability to protect himself. He would not need to rely on any external objects. He even felt as if he had become a god. Everything within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers appeared clearly in his mind. He felt as if he had completely grasped the mysteries of the world, and the strands of origin energy contained in this world were all drawn over by him. As long as he needed it, he could absorb the origin energy into his body at any time to increase his strength. This was the most powerful effect of the spirit transforming into a real spirit. As long as his spirit was not destroyed, he would not die. It could be said that a god was an immortal existence. Although Ling Xiao's strength had not reached the divine state, he had already obtained some of the domain power of the divine state in advance. Apart from Ling Xiao's breakthrough, Wuxia Xianxia and Xianyao's strength had improved a lot at this moment. However, the power here was definitely not enough for the three of them to improve their strength at the same time. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Now that I'm here, you can all cultivate in peace." After saying that, he waved his hand and waves of spiritual energy surged in from the secret passage. There were also strands of origin power in it. This power completely filled the space, and the pure energy was like rain, making people feel extremely comfortable. The three of them who were absorbing the energy received the blessing of this energy. They all used their most powerful techniques to absorb it to their heart's content. Boom boom boom. Waves of terrifying energy fluctuations came from outside the secret passage. It seemed that someone was breaking the formation that Xianyao had set up. Ling Xiao already knew that there were many people outside. Among them were the 5 holy emperors, and the rest had reached the saint level. These people had come for the treasures below the secret passage. Great Master Ma, are you sure that the Een Drake sect's Ghost Mother Demon Child formation is below? The middle stage holy emperor in the lead said to a low stage holy emperor. This middle stage holy emperor's name was Zhong Can, and he was a member of the faction closest to the Een Drake sect. The one called Great Master Ma was a highly respected high-level formation master called Ma Heng. Ma Heng nodded and said seriously, "I can't be wrong. I've studied formations for tens of thousands of years, and I'm proficient in all kinds of formations. The reason why the ghastly puppet sect has so much spring liquid of life to squander is definitely because of the Ghost Mother Demon formation that absorbs life essence. Furthermore, this secret passage was protected by illusions and killing formations, so my guess is even more correct. It's just that all the energy within 100,000 kilometers was suddenly sucked dry." "How do you explain that? It can't be that the Ghost Mother Demon Child formation automatically absorbed the energy, right?" Zhong Can frowned and paused for a moment before saying, "Could it be that there are still some old bastards in the Een Drake sect who haven't died yet, and their cultivation has increased by another level?" Ma Heng also revealed an ugly expression. "Brother Zhong, you might be right. Perhaps there are still remnants of the Een Drake sect here. If we break the formation, I'm afraid." Zhong Can didn't say anything, but another middle-stage holy emperor said, "What are you afraid of? The Een Drake sect has already been destroyed. Even if there's a holy emperor here, with so many of us, are we afraid that we can't take him down? Moreover, they've been captured by us, so they'll definitely run as far as they can. Otherwise, if other people find out, only death awaits them." Zhong Can hesitated for a moment before saying, "That's right. All of the Een Drake sect's forces have been killed. Even if there's a fish that escaped the net, it won't be able to scare us away so easily. Great Master Ma, go ahead and break the formation." Ma Heng didn't say anything else and prepared to break the other formations again. However, before he could do anything, a terrifying force burst forth from the secret passage. Rumble. "Oh no, the formation has self-destructed. Retreat." Zhong Can reacted quickly, grabbing Ma Heng and rushing out. The other holy emperors also rushed out, while the saints were forced out. Many of them were injured, but not to the point of death. A figure rushed out from the secret passage with his hands behind his back, looking down at the group of people in front of him, and said faintly, "You can leave. I have a friend who is in seclusion here, do not disturb him. You're a remnant of the Een Drake sect, yet you still have the courage to speak here. I'll kill you first." A saint king with a relatively violent personality called out before attacking Ling Xiao. He didn't immediately fight with his life on the line. Instead, he only used 80% of his strength to test Ling Xiao's strength. The power of a palm strike had the power to destroy a dozen mountains, which was why the Holy Emperor was so terrifying. Ling Xiao seemed to be scared out of his wits, and he didn't move at all as the palm strike landed solidly on his body. Rumble. After the smoke screen exploded, the low-level Holy Emperor said disdainfully, "What the hell? You can't even take a palm strike from me, the Holy Emperor, and you still dare to play tricks in front of us." However, as soon as he finished speaking, his eyes instantly widened, and he looked in front of him with a look of horror. "You're so weak. You're not even fit to tickle me," Ling Xiao said disdainfully, and he also launched a palm strike toward that person. The palm strike was like the wind, and it was so fast that no one could catch it. Rumble. With the same explosion, the low-level Holy Emperor was sent flying thousands of meters away like a kite with a broken string. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Everyone else watched this scene with their mouths agape. No one expected that a low-level Holy Emperor could not even take a single blow from this young man. One could imagine how strong this young man was. Zhongken revealed an ugly expression as he stared at Ling Xiao, and said, "Who are you, sir? Who I am is not important. What's important is that you shouldn't have come here and disturbed my friend's secluded cultivation. If you leave now, I can pretend I didn't see anything. Otherwise, all of you can stay," Ling Xiao said coldly. Just as Zhongken was about to speak again, Ma Heng quietly whispered something into Zhongken's ear. Zhongken's expression became slightly complicated. "If you want us to leave, we can. Give us half of the treasures you obtained here, and we'll leave," Zhongken said with a fierce expression. Chapter 1038. Ma Heng was sure that below the secret passage was the Ghost Mother Demon Child formation, and since Ling Xiao had come out from there, he was sure that he had obtained a lot of spring liquid of life, and it was even possible that he had obtained the demon child's heart. Therefore, he told Zhongken his thoughts. There was no way Zhongken would not be tempted. "Hee, what if I say no?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "Then we won't hold back," Zhongken sneered. Then, he summoned his spiritual beasts. The dozens of people behind him instantly raised their auras and many 8th-rank spiritual beasts appeared one after another. In an instant, the domain shook slightly due to their auras. A murderous intent instantly filled the air. "You think you can take me down with your rotten sweet potatoes and ugly eggs? You think too highly of your own abilities. Don't you know that the ghastly Drake sect was destroyed under my leadership?" Ling Xiao looked at Zhongken and the others disdainfully. What a joke. Who doesn't know that the ghastly Drake sect was destroyed by the 100 Alliances clan and the Myriad Sword sect? Who do you think you are? How dare you flatter yourself? Zhongken said disdainfully. Then, he added, "If you know what's good for you, hand over everything you've obtained from the secret chamber. Perhaps I'll spare your life. Otherwise, this day next year will be the day you die. Alright, since you're so capable, come at me." Ling Xiao chuckled. His figure flashed and he flew directly towards Zhongken. Zhongken knew that Ling Xiao's abilities were not inferior to his. He did not want to take the risk and immediately said to the people beside him, "Let's join forces and kill him." Hearing Zhongken's order, the others attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. Ling Xiao's aura also exploded at this moment. A supreme golden dragon instantly soared into the sky and a domineering aura of a ruler swept out from his body. It was as if a level 10 storm was blowing around him, making everyone feel that he was terrifyingly powerful. "Let's see which one of you dares." Ling Xiao shouted coldly, and the sound of a dragon's roar reverberated endlessly. Many of the saints felt their blood churning and their eardrums vibrating uncomfortably. That subduing aura made their hearts tremble. Many of them actually collapsed and knelt on the ground. Those who were still holding on also began to tremble. Apart from the 2 9th-rank saint beasts, the rest of the spirit beasts were all prostrating on the ground and crying out. It seemed like they were worshipping and begging for mercy. Pretending to be mysterious. Go to hell. Zhongken was also shocked by Ling Xiao's aura. It was as if the kid in front of him was a real god, and he had the urge to worship him. However, the other party was only an intermediate holy emperor. How could he make him feel like this? He was sure that the other party might have some kind of secret technique. As he shouted, the spear in his hand danced and crossed a distance of 1,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Ling Xiao. This courageous and domineering move was enough to put opponents of the same level in a difficult position. Silver spear powder and wax, how dare you show off in front of me? Ling Xiao said indifferently. He had finally made his move. A fist that was as bright as the sun instantly burst forth, and an unparalleled power surged and churned violently. Zhong Can could clearly feel the power of Ling Xiao's punch, but he realized that Ling Xiao was actually meeting his silver spear with his bare hands. He was secretly delighted. It was as if he could see Ling Xiao being stabbed by his spear. Clang! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, there was a crisp and ear-piercing sound of collision. Zhong Can's high-rank saint artifact had actually been directly broken by Ling Xiao's fist, and the force of the fist continued courageously towards his chest. Zhong Can's expression changed drastically, and he immediately retreated with all his might. At the same time, he shouted, "Hurry up and help me." As his voice fell, the other Holy Emperor simultaneously exploded with power and attacked Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, they were still half a step too late. By the time they attacked, Ling Xiao's fist had already sunk into Zhong Can's chest. A terrifying force directly penetrated his body, and a large amount of blood sprayed out. Zhong Can stared at Ling Xiao with his eyes wide open. He had not expected that with his strength, his body would explode in just one move. However, he was indeed worthy of being a holy emperor. In this desperate situation, he still exploded with his strongest power. He attacked with both palms at the same time, slapping towards Ling Xiao's head. This could be considered a counterattack at the moment of death. However, how could Ling Xiao let him succeed? His legs of Aeolus flipped, and the raindrop-like leg shadows kicked Zhong Can towards the other holy emperor. Ma Heng went up to catch Zhong Can and called out, "Brother Zhong." However, the moment he caught Zhong Can, a terrifying force was transmitted from Zhong Can's body. Pfft! Ma Heng was not able to catch Zhong Can firmly. Instead, he was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The other holy emperor's powerful attacks all blasted towards Ling Xiao. The remaining holy beast also attacked at the same time. All sorts of powerful spatial forces shook the world, and the sound waves from the battle were extremely shocking. If he had been dealing with the Ling Xiao from a year ago, these forces would have been enough to blast him into pieces. However, after a year, Ling Xiao's strength was many times stronger than before. Regardless of whether it was his strength, speed, or defense, they had all been raised to a terrifying level. Before their joint attack arrived, Ling Xiao had already changed his position and appeared behind one of the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor did not even have time to react before his head was smashed into a bloody paste. The other Holy Emperors were also the same. They did not even have the strength to resist before they were all killed by Ling Xiao. The other saints were scared out of their wits, and they summoned their spirit beasts to scram as far away as they could. Ling Xiao originally wanted to kill them all, but after thinking about it, he decided not to kill too many people. After all, he was not a demon king who killed people like flies. After Ling Xiao sent these people away, he collected their space rings, and the remnant soul power that had not dissipated was all absorbed by him in a few breaths. His knowledge sea had already formed a divine soul, and his current state was much stronger than his physical body. It was a piece of cake for him to absorb the remnant soul power. After Ling Xiao finished doing all this, he set up a few illusions in the surroundings. The illusions he set up this time were of a much higher level than before, and it was definitely not something an ordinary person could easily see through. Afterwards, he drew in all the power between heaven and earth and stuffed it all into the secret passage, helping the three of them gain more in a short period of time. About 10 days later, Euro Fei and Sha Tian came out of the secret passage at the same time. The strength of the two of them went from the initial early-level mid-level Holy Emperor to the peak mid-level Holy Emperor. Although they had not broken through to the high-level Holy Emperor, they had still made rapid progress. It had to be known that with their cultivation speed, it would be impossible to achieve this in a short period of time. "Thank you for your help, husband." Euro Fei could not suppress the joy in her heart, and actually made a salute to Ling Xiao. Her delicate, flower-like face was filled with a happy smile. "You are my woman, there is no need to be so angry." Ling Xiao smiled lightly, took her hand, and said, "Ro Fei, my strength is no less than yours now. I think you won't lose too much face in front of others in the future." Back in the Sand region, Ling Xiao had wanted to completely conquer Euro Fei. Later, in the space barrier leading to the Heavenly Domain Fortress, he did capture Euro Fei's body and mind, but his combat strength was still below Euro Fei's. He did not like this feeling, especially when he had to ask his woman to rescue him when he was in danger. It really made him feel ashamed. Now that his strength had soared, he finally found a state of balance in front of Euro Fei. At this time, Sha Tian had been taken into the medicine cauldron by Ling Xiao. Euro Fei was very intimate with Ling Xiao, and her delicate lips kissed Ling Xiao. Then she pulled away from him and said, "No matter what my husband does, you will never lose my face." Ling Xiao licked his lips, gently hugged Euro Fei's slender waist, and his other hand fell on her plump buttocks, kneading and caressing. "When the huckster comes out, we will find Master's wife and go to the heavenly domain to find my master and your adoptive father." Euro Fei's mind was a little rippling because of Ling Xiao, and the desire that had been suppressed for a long time became a little high. Her mouth softly said, "I will listen to everything you say, but, can you pamper this concubine first?" Euro Fei's face was intoxicated by the beauty, and her voice was even more tempting, making Ling Xiao's beast blood boil. Ling Xiao looked at the beauty in his arms and responded to her needs very bluntly. He held the stunningly beautiful woman by the waist and casually opened a big hole in a mountain peak that had been mostly erased. The two of them could not wait to make love to each other in the cave residence. That wonderful feeling made the two of them reach the realm of immortals, and the sound of their cries lingered endlessly, leaving people with an endless aftertaste. About half a month later, there was a lot of movement under the secret passage, and a lot of spiritual energy kept surging in. Ling Xiao knew that this time, Xianxia would certainly have a lot of benefits. Once again, he guided a lot of energy over and forcefully injected it into the secret passage. 2 days later, a strong aura spread out from underground. Then, a figure rushed out of the secret passage, and a hearty laughter rang out. "Huh, this military advisor has also reached the strength of a saint. Who else could this person be but Xianxia?" He had obtained the life force source energy that Ling Xiao provided, and his strength directly rose from the middle stage mystic emperor to the peak of the low stage saint. This speed was like sitting on a rocket, and even he himself was shocked. He also understood that the decision he had made before was very wise and correct. A smile also appeared on Ling Xiao's face. He had divided the ghost matriarch array and the remaining energy in the fetus into 3, and the portion of energy that was transferred to Xianxia was slightly more than that of Euro Fei and Sha Tian, which allowed Xianxia to directly reach the saint level. He had not mistreated his brother. Chapter 1039. Xianxia successfully broke through to the saint realm and could be considered to have reached a higher level in the stronghold. Moreover, he was still young. In the future, if he followed by Ling Xiao's side, he would definitely rise to the next level. He had always been glad that he chose to follow Ling Xiao back then. Otherwise, he would not have been able to achieve his current accomplishments so quickly based on his own cultivation. Everything in the Ghastly Drake sect was no longer of any value. Ling Xiao put Xianxia and Euro Fei into the medicine cauldron so that they could consolidate their cultivation. He still needed to make a trip to Yi Clan City to finish the unfinished business from a year ago. Yi Chengrong thought that Ling Xiao would leave with the Myriad Sword sect. He originally promised to refine pills for the wandering cultivators and mercenaries who came to help, but he was unable to do so in the end. This made him very disappointed, and he felt that Ling Xiao was a little untrustworthy. However, the ghastly Drake sect was still annihilated. This was still something to be happy about. When Ling Xiao appeared in front of Yi Chungrong again, he realized that he was a little petty. Ling Xiao did not stay in Yi Clan City for too long. After refining the pills that the wandering cultivators needed, he said his goodbyes and prepared to leave for the Myriad Sword sect. Yi Chungrong urged him to stay again and again, but Ling Xiao was determined to leave, so he could not make him stay. In order to maintain a good relationship with Ling Xiao, Yi Chungrong gave many good things to Ling Xiao, but most of them were 8th-grade spirit herbs and beast pills. Ling Xiao naturally would not appreciate Yi Chungrong's kindness. After leaving Yi Clan City, Ling Xiao headed straight for the territory of the number 1 faction in the stronghold, the Myriad Sword sect. Within the territory of the Myriad Sword sect, many cultivators walked around with swords on their backs. Seeing their cool and awe-inspiring looks, Ling Xiao could not help but want to chase after the wind and carry a sword on his back. Fortunately, he was not that bored yet. Sword City, a city directly under the Wanjian sect. In the center of the city, there was a giant sword that was almost 1,000 meters tall piercing through the sky. It looked incomparably majestic, showing the vast power of the Wanjian sect. Ling Xiao was standing not too far away from the giant sword, but he could still feel a sharp aura rushing towards him. It was as if the giant sword was slashing down from the sky. The power that could split the heavens and split the earth made people feel that it was boundless. This was the existence of a true sword momentum. If those with lower strength didn't shift their gazes, they would definitely be injured by the pressure of this aura. However, Ling Xiao treated it as if it was nothing. It posed no threat to him. However, he felt a little emotional. The 10,000 Sword sect's name is indeed true to its name. I'm afraid that even a saint wouldn't be able to easily withstand this sword attack. Ling Xiao arrived at the city lord manor of Sword City and walked towards the entrance. Please wait. This is the city lord manor's restricted area. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. 2 celestial venerables who were guarding the door stopped in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao said, I'm here to look for City Lord Yi. Please inform him that Ling Xiao is here to visit. The 2 celestial venerables' expressions changed slightly. One of them immediately smiled and said, so it's Lord Ling Xiao. The City Lord has already instructed us to bring you in to see him as soon as you arrive. Please come in. Ling Xiao wasn't too surprised. It seemed that his uncle Master Yin Shui had already informed him of the matter. City Lord Ye's name was Yi Chuanhao. He was a mid-level saint and was only an outer holy elder of the Wanjian sect. The young man in front of him, Ling Xiao, was an esteemed guest that the Holy Emperor, Yin Shui, had personally ordered to receive. He naturally didn't dare to be negligent. Your Excellency Ling Xiao, I'll send someone to inform the young mistress. I believe she'll be here to meet you soon. Yi Chuanhao said respectfully. Although Ling Xiao looked young, he was able to be acquainted with their young mistress Yin Shui. He might even be the man that their young mistress had taken a liking to. His strength was naturally not weak. Yi Chuanhao didn't dare to be careless. Ling Xiao smiled and replied, thank you. Yi Chuanhao ordered people to prepare a sumptuous banquet to receive Ling Xiao. At the same time, he constantly tried to build a good relationship with Ling Xiao. He hoped that he could leave a good impression on Ling Xiao. Around dusk, Yin Shui and Feng Qingyuan appeared in the city lord manor. The 2 women were as graceful and beautiful as ever. Xiao, where did you go? You actually came after a year. I thought you went to the heaven region alone. Feng Qingyuan couldn't help but complain before he even got close. Ling Xiao stood up and greeted, Master's wife, martial uncle. Then he said, this is a long story, I'll tell you in detail in the future. Then he said to Feng Qingyuan, Master's wife, we should prepare to head to the heaven region soon. Yes, I also have the same plan. Although the top experts in the heaven region are as common as the clouds, it doesn't mean that they will kill anyone they see. Feng Qingyuan replied lightly. Ling Xiao, did you have some sort of fortuitous encounter? Why do I feel that your temperament is still different? Without waiting for Ling Xiao to reply, Yin Shui asked with a surprised expression. She felt that the current Ling Xiao actually gave her a sense of oppression. Ling Xiao nodded and said, there are indeed some small opportunities, not worth mentioning. From the strength of a middle-stage saint to the strength of a middle-stage holy emperor, if this was a small opportunity, who knew how many people would be angered to the point of vomiting blood and dying? The higher a martial artist went, the more difficult it would be for them to advance. After all, the accumulated strength and comprehension would be greater and greater. For someone like Ling Xiao, who had instantly soared by a few levels, even the most heaven-defying pill wouldn't have such an effect. Moreover, he had reached the immortal realm, and there was hope for him to become a god in the future. Such a great opportunity was the envy of many top masters, but Ling Xiao actually said that it was a small opportunity. It really made people feel that this guy was showing off after obtaining Ping Yi. Yin Shui wanted to get to the bottom of the matter, but seeing that Ling Xiao didn't want to say more, she didn't continue to pursue the matter. Every year, our myriad sword sect will also send people to the heaven connecting formation. When the time comes, you guys will go with them. I believe that it won't be a problem for you to get into the top 100. Yin Shui said. Feng Qingyuan chimed in from the side, that's right, Xiao, your martial uncle's backing is strong enough. I believe that no one will dare to provoke us when the time comes. Then I'll have to trouble martial uncle. Ling Xiao said. Following that, Yin Shui, continued, although the name of our myriad sword sect can intimidate the weak, but when it comes to the heaven connecting formation, you guys still have to be careful. Those who want to go to the heaven realm are definitely extraordinary existences, and there are many people who can disregard everything for that spot. Now, I'll tell you guys about the situation of the heaven connecting formation first, then you guys can make a decision. Following that, Yin Shui explained the details of the heaven connecting formation according to what she knew. If one wanted to get into the top 100 of the heaven connecting formation, they would have to fight for it. Every year, there would be tens of thousands of people who wanted to squeeze into the heaven connecting formation and head to the heaven realm to try their luck. There must have been a rumor that someone went to the heaven realm with the strength of a saint, but later became a disciple of a superpower and advanced to the divine king. This kind of rumor could often arouse the imagination of those who wanted to meet the heavens. They were all like moths flying into a flame, disregarding life and death, hoping to ask for a heavenly opportunity to become an immortal god. Of course, there were also many old holy emperor who went there. Their lifespans were almost up, and if they couldn't break through, the only path left for them was death. Therefore, they could only head to the heaven realm, hoping to find an opportunity to break through and obtain an immortal body. Through Yin Shui's various descriptions, Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan had a rough idea of the situation of heading to the heaven connecting formation. Thinking about it, if one wanted to occupy the top 100 spots, they would have to kill their way out and occupy a spot. If their strength was insufficient, they might die in battle before they could reach the heaven connecting formation. This was definitely a cruel and merciless heavenly road. Anyone who wanted to go there had to pay a sufficient price or have sufficient strength. Feng Qingyuan had heard Yin Shui mention it before, but hearing her say it again, he still felt a little uneasy. Although Ling Xiao had the divine cauldron to keep her, and Yuro Fei and Sha Tian were two middle-stage holy emperors, it would not be a problem for them to get into the top 100, but the key was that they definitely could not meet those high-level holy emperors, otherwise, they would not be enough. However, when he thought about how Ling Xiao and Yuro Fei both had semi-god weapons to rely on, and that there were people from the myriad sword sect going with them, he believed that everything would not be a problem. Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan were arranged to temporarily stay in the city lord's residence. Right now, there were still a few months before the annual opening of the Heaven Connecting Formation, so he couldn't rush it even if he wanted to. All of these changes were out of Ling Xiao's expectations, but there were also some unexpected rewards that were worth it. His divine soul had already been formed, and he had reached a realm that no holy emperor could reach, and his strength had also reached the peak of the stronghold. He had a kind of impatience to go to the real heaven realm, and hoped that it would not disappoint him. After staying in the Sword City for a few months, Ling Xiao had also walked around the Sword City once, and had also obtained a lot of precious materials here. At the same time, he had also taken the time to prepare some pills in advance, in preparation for going to the heaven realm. The days passed quietly, and it was time to open the Heaven Connecting Formation. The people from the Myriad Sword sect were already prepared. Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan received Yin Shui's care, and went with them to the Myriad Sword sect's Tong Tian city, where the Tong Tian Formation was located. There were actually 50 people from the Myriad Sword sect who were going to the Heaven realm, and 20 of them had reached the Holy Emperor realm, while the rest were at the Saint realm. Most of these people were old people who were unable to make a breakthrough, and a small portion of them were the pride of the Myriad Sword sect. They felt that staying in the stronghold would not allow them to go any higher or faster, so they were prepared to go to the heaven realm. As the number one power in the stronghold, they had always been conceited, and when they looked at people, they had a feeling that they were above their heads. Among them, there were a few who were unhappy with the two of them who had suddenly joined them. They thought that the two of them would become a burden in their group, but they did not dare to show it in front of Yin Shui. However, after Yin Shui sent them off, when they arrived at Tong Tian City, these people could not wait to chase Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan out of their group. I don't care what relationship you have with junior sister Yin Shui, we don't have the time to take care of you two idlers. If you know what's good for you, then leave. A horse-faced middle-aged woman glared at Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan and said. Chapter 1040. This horse-faced middle-aged woman was a low-level holy emperor called Lu Tsueyun. She could be considered a genius of the older generation in the Myriad Sword sect, and her ambition was not small. After many years of preparation, she planned to roam the heaven region. However, she was not a petty person, and she always disliked women who were prettier than her. It could be said that she was jealous. Yin Shui had asked them to take care of Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan, which made the people from the Myriad Sword sect feel that Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan's strength was not that great. In reality, this was also the case. Ling Xiao had restrained his inner qi, so ordinary people would not be able to sense the depth of his strength. However, his overly young appearance would always make people feel that he was just a young man with a little bit of talent, and probably did not have much strength. On the other hand, Feng Qingyuan had the strength of a high-level saint, so it was easy to sense him. It was because Lu Tsueyun's strength was above Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan's, that was why she reprimanded Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan in such a manner. This was also to display her sense of superiority. Tsueyun, Miss Yin Shui ordered us to take care of them. It's better to let them follow. In any case, when we enter the heavenly formation, we will have to rely on our own strength. Another low-level holy emperor looked at Lu Tsueyun and said. No, letting them follow us will only bring shame to the Myriad Sword sect's name. Lu Tsueyun rejected decisively. The others did not know Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan. They were all thinking of ways to go to the heaven region, and it would be very difficult for them to return to the stronghold in the future. Therefore, they did not care too much about Yin Shui's face and did not participate in the conversation. However, there was one person who asked Feng Qingyuan to stay, saying that he could protect Feng Qingyuan, on the condition that Feng Qingyuan became his cultivation partner. This person's name was Yuan Yinzi, and he was also a low-level holy emperor. His face was filled with lust. Feng Qingyuan did not expect the Myriad Sword sect to become so cold and heartless as soon as they left. She remembered that Yin Shui had once said that there were many internal problems in the Myriad Sword sect. It was probably because these people thought too highly of themselves and did not want to stay in the stronghold. Miss Qing Yuan, what do you think? With my strength, it won't be a problem for me to ensure that you enter the top 100. Yuan Yinzi carried a heavy sword on his back and had a small mustache at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Feng Qingyuan and asked with a lecherous expression. You're shameless. Feng Qingyuan angrily shouted at Yuan Yinzi. Miss Qing Yuan's words are incorrect. There are countless peerless experts in the heaven-connecting formation. With just you and him, you'll probably lose your life. As long as you follow me, I'll protect you in the heaven region, and it'll be much easier for you to do things, said Yuan Yinzi calmly. Feng Qingyuan turned around and pulled Ling Zhao's hand. Shower, let's go. Ling Zhao calmly said, don't be anxious, mistress. He then glanced at Lu Tsueyun before his gaze finally fell on Yuan Yinzi. Apologize to mistress, and I can forgive you this once. Ling Zhao's words were very calm, as if he was speaking very casually. However, there was an unquestionable attitude in his words. Before Yuan Yinzi could speak, Lu Tsueyun sneered at the side, Senior brother Yuan, it seems like your face isn't that easy to use. Yuan Yinzi stroked his beard, glaring at Ling Zhao as he said, brat who's still wet behind the ears, if you know what's good for you, get lost. I don't want to see you, or else, don't even think about entering the heaven-connecting formation. I'll say it again, I'll give you 3 breaths of time, said Ling Zhao indifferently. Feng Qingyuan hurriedly pulled Ling Zhao's hand and said, shower, let's go. Don't be rash. There were dozens of people in the Myriad Sword sect, and there were also 20 holy emperors. She didn't think that Ling Zhao would be able to gain any advantage. Yellow-toothed brat, don't be so shameless. If it wasn't for junior sister's sake, would have executed you right now. Yuan Yinzi was immediately enraged when he was threatened by a brat in front of so many people. It seems like you don't want to apologize. Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. Immediately after, his aura suddenly changed, and he shouted at Yuan Yinzi, kneel. The dragon roared, and the divine might was vast and mighty. Ling Zhao's roar was aimed at Yuan Yinzi. With his current strength, this dragon roar was extremely terrifying, and he was relatively close to Yuan Yinzi. Not only did it burst Yuan Yinzi's eardrums, but a supreme aura also pressed down on him, causing him to kneel heavily on the ground. Even though Ling Zhao's roar was aimed at Yuan Yinzi, Lu Tsueyun, who was close to Yuan Yinzi, was also shaken to the point of taking a few steps back. Traces of blood actually flowed out of her eardrums and the corner of her mouth. The others also felt their eardrums buzzing non-stop, feeling abnormally uncomfortable. A high-ranking holy emperor angrily shouted, impudent. After saying this, he actually slapped Ling Zhao with his palm, and even used 90% of his strength, as if he wanted to kill Ling Zhao with his palm. Is this how the 10,000 Swords sect treats its guests? We only came from the same place as you, and we don't need your protection. You dare to insult my master's wife? Don't think that I, Ling Zhao, am afraid of you. Ling Zhao coldly snorted, and actually met the high-ranking holy emperor's fist without dodging. Bang! A muffled groan rang out. The surrounding people were all shaken by the force of the collision, and hurriedly dodged. The people from the 10,000 Swords sect originally thought that Ling Zhao would be killed by their high-ranking holy emperor. However, the one who was sent flying was actually their high-ranking holy emperor, while Ling Zhao's figure was like a 10,000-year-old pine tree, standing in the same place, not moving an inch. Only his clothes fluttered in the wind. Ling Zhao's fist had already used invincible fist intent, and the high-ranking holy emperor was careless, and only used 90% of his strength. He originally thought that he could completely suppress Ling Zhao, but he was sent flying. He couldn't help but be shocked at the strength of the young man in front of him. Little thief, you dare to insult the people of the 10,000 Swords sect, you can't be left alive. The high-ranking Holy Emperor was somewhat angry, and he shouted loudly. He actually wanted to use his holy weapon, and fight Ling Xiao seriously. "Come on, do you think I'm afraid of you?" Ling Xiao shouted in displeasure. He was somewhat dissatisfied with Yin Shui. He originally thought that going to the Heaven Realm with the people from the 10,000 Sword sect could be considered looking after each other, but now, it was these people who provoked the flames of war. "Stop!" A peak Holy Emperor finally couldn't help but speak. His aura instantly locked onto the high-ranking Holy Emperor and Ling Xiao. Once the two of them moved, he would attack first. The high-ranking Holy Emperor said to the peak Holy Emperor in dissatisfaction, "Martial uncle, let me kill this brat who has gone too far. He actually dares to insult the people of our myriad sword sect." Yuan Yinzi, who had already stood up from the ground, also had a bitter expression as he pleaded, "Martial uncle, please make a decision." Lu Tsueyun also begged, "Martial uncle, you must not let this brat go. You must execute them on the spot to show the might of our myriad sword sect. That's right, kill them so that they don't tarnish the name of our myriad sword sect." How reckless. Originally, it was enough to just let them leave, but they actually dared to attack senior brother Yuan. A few extreme people followed suit and shouted at Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan. "Have you all said enough?" The peak Holy Emperor looked at the crowd and shouted. Instantly, everyone shut their mouths. No one dared to make a sound. However, their hostility towards Ling Xiao did not decrease in the slightest. Most of them were gloating over Ling Xiao's misfortune, while a small portion of them were feeling indignant for Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan. However, they did not want to cause any more trouble since they were about to leave the fortress. "Xiao, let's go." Feng Qingyuan once again pulled Ling Xiao's hand and said. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, looked at Feng Qingyuan without moving and said, "We definitely have to leave, but if we leave just like that, I'm afraid they won't be happy." The provocation in Ling Xiao's words was very obvious. It was as if he was saying, "I, Ling Xiao, am not afraid of you people." The peak Holy Emperor raised his eyebrows and said, "Since you are Yin Shui's friends, I should have let you go with us, but now it's impossible. Take a palm from me, and if you can withstand it, then we'll be even. If you can't, then just treat it as the result of offending our myriad sword sect." The peak Holy Emperor made such a decision because these two were friends of the sect master's daughter. Otherwise, no one would say anything if he sent people to kill Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan. "Hehe, it seems like your myriad sword sect is filled with hypocrites." Ling Xiao laughed coldly. After pausing for a moment, he replied, "So what if I take a palm from you? Come, let me see if there's anything shocking about your fist technique other than using the sword in the myriad sword sect." Ling Xiao took a stance, not afraid of the peak Holy Emperor at all. This made the people of the myriad sword sect feel complicated. They originally thought that these two were burdens, but now it seemed that not only were they not burdens, but they were also top-notch experts who could actually fight against the peak Holy Emperor. They couldn't help but feel that Lu Tsueyun was stupid to kick these two out of their group. The peak Holy Emperor said in a clear voice, "All right, this matter was indeed the myriad sword sect's fault, but you made a move first. After this palm, we will have nothing to do with each other. Watch my palm." As his voice fell, a terrifying aura instantly surged. The peak Holy Emperor's palm instantly struck towards Ling Xiao. The palm of his palm turned green, and the wind from the palm was like a bolt of lightning, suddenly arriving in front of Ling Xiao. This palm contained the peak Holy Emperor's most powerful attack, and its power was enough to kill any Holy Emperor. Ling Xiao secretly cursed in his heart, "This old man's words are pleasant to hear, but he actually wants my life. Does he think that I am easy to bully? I'll use you to test just how strong I am." Ling Xiao's combat strength instantly increased, and all of his strength gathered on his arm. His sea of knowledge and soul also became more refined. An incomparably mighty fist, like the falling sun, met the green palm head-on. Rumble. The fist and palm collided, creating a terrifying sound of vibration. The people next to them had already retreated thousands of meters, but they could still feel the waves of cold aura, which made their hearts palpitate. The two figures both retreated. The peak Holy Emperor took about 5 steps back, while Ling Xiao took more than 10 steps back. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. However, the people of the Myriad Sword sect didn't seem excited at all. Instead, they were more shocked. Chapter 1041. Any Holy Emperor at the peak of the Holy Emperor Peak was already a top-tier existence in the stronghold. The Holy Emperor of the 10,000 Sword sect was the kind of person whose lifespan was nearing its end. His terrifying strength was definitely not something an ordinary Holy Emperor could compare to. The people of the 10,000 Sword sect thought that even if Ling Xiao did not die, he would be seriously injured. However, Ling Xiao only took a dozen steps back, while their old Holy Emperor also took a few steps back. On the surface, their old Holy Emperor had the upper hand, but in reality, their old Holy Emperor could not do anything to Ling Xiao. This was completely out of their expectations. After all, the strength Ling Xiao displayed was only that of an intermediate Holy Emperor. Even if his combat strength had increased, he should not be strong enough to fight against a Holy Emperor at the peak, right? However, the truth was right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. The Holy Emperor of the 10,000 Sword sect looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. His heart was already in turmoil. The fact that his opponent was able to withstand an attack from a Holy Emperor at the peak of the Holy Emperor at the peak of the Holy Emperor Peak proved how strong he was. Even Yin Shui, who was known as the goddess of heaven in their sect, was inferior to him. Kicking such a person out of their group was probably the worst decision they could make. Although the 10,000 Sword sect could occupy a lot of seats in the top 100, there were still many variables. Now that they had offended the young man in front of them, he was afraid that when the time came, he would hit them while they were down. However, he had already made a promise, so it was not good for him to make a move on him. Your Excellency is amazing. Let's just forget about this. If the two of you don't mind, you can join us. It will save us a lot of trouble. The Holy Emperor said politely. He then looked at Lu Zueyun and Yuan Yinzi and shouted, "What are you two idiots doing? Hurry up and apologize to the two of you." Lu Zueyun and Yuan Yinzi's faces alternated between red and white, and their expressions became extremely awkward. Just as the two of them were about to apologize to Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan, Ling Xiao had already pulled Feng Qingyuan's hand and said, "Master's wife, let's go. They are the #1 power in the stronghold, we can't afford to associate with them." With that, the two of them floated away from the spot. Lu Zueyun shouted angrily, "How dare you? Don't think that the Wanjian house, Pa." Before she could finish her sentence, she was immediately interrupted by a palm. She was sent flying, and there were 5 finger marks on her face. Blood also flowed from the corner of her mouth. She looked extremely pathetic. "If you dare to cause trouble again, this old man will cripple you before the formation is even activated." The Peak Saint Emperor held his breath and shouted. Lu Zueyun felt like dying. She had thought that she would be easy to bully because the other party was just a high-level saint, but in the end, she ended up like this. Tong Tian City was not as prosperous as the other cities. Instead, it seemed to be abnormally quiet like a dead city. Many of the jade buildings here were in ruins, and only a few restaurants would occasionally open for business. There were only a few of these restaurants, but they were especially big, and there weren't many people in other industries. Those who could come to Tong Tian City were all preparing for the opening of the Tong Tian formation. They were just passers-by and wouldn't stay here for long. Therefore, it wasn't easy to do many industries, and only restaurants could do well. Even though it only opened once a year, there were many people waiting here in advance. Before they left, they would definitely spend some time here, either to boost their courage, or to leave reluctantly. Other than providing food and lodging, the restaurants here also provided erotic services. They would try their best to satisfy the needs of all kinds of customers, but the fees were definitely much more expensive than other places. Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan chose a restaurant and walked in. They could already sense that the people in the restaurant were all experts with restrained essence, and none of them were ordinary people. When Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan walked in, they immediately felt a terrifying light. At this time, those who rushed to Tongtian City were all people who wanted to go to the heaven region. It could be said that everyone present could become enemies, so their gazes weren't too friendly. Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan didn't want to attract attention here, so after asking the innkeeper to open a room, they went to bed to rest. As soon as they entered the room, Feng Qingyuan impatiently asked, "Xiao, tell me honestly, what's your current strength?" When they left the Yin Drake sect, Feng Qingyuan knew that Ling Xiao was only a peak middle-stage saint. But after only a year, he was actually able to contend against the peak of the Holy Emperor, and he didn't rely on any external objects. This was truly inconceivable to her. "Mistress, do you really want to know?" Ling Xiao asked, keeping her in suspense. "Of course. Tell me, what kind of great opportunity did you encounter?" Feng Qingyuan urged. Thus, Ling Xiao told Feng Qingyuan everything that had happened in the Yin Drake sect. When Feng Qingyuan heard this, she was so shocked that her mouth was wide open. For a moment, she was speechless. After a long while, Feng Qingyuan sighed and said, "You stinking brat, your luck is truly heaven-defying. If I had known earlier, I would have stayed behind with you." Ling Xiao chuckled. This disciple was just lucky for a moment. "I really don't know what to say about you. Even mistress feels jealous. Why don't I have such good luck?" Feng Qingyuan glared at Ling Xiao and said. Then, she said, "That's good too. Your strength has increased. When we reach the heavenly domain, we will be much safer. It will be easier to find your master." Don't worry. We will find master. At that time, my mission will be completed." Ling Xiao replied. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, and the day to open the heavenly formation was approaching. Many peerless and peerless experts from all over the world had rushed here. For a time, the entire Tongtian city was filled with a terrifying aura, and a chilling killing intent spread throughout the entire land. Finally, it was time for the heaven connecting array to open. Everyone walked out of the restaurant. The path to the heavens that happened once a year was always a gathering of wind and clouds. There would always be rivers of blood, and in the end, only 100 people would have the chance to ascend to the heavens. Everyone was nervously waiting for the opening of the great formation. The heavenly formation was different from the transmission array. This great formation was activated by the heavenly domain, and every year at this time, it would appear near Tongtian City. That was why this city had the name Tongtian. After a long time, the wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed. The clear sky became covered with dark clouds, and a violent wind blew. The heavens seemed to be enraged, and the sound of thunder exploded. Purple lightning flashed incessantly. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Everyone was moved by this change, and many of them started to shout excitedly. "The world has changed, the heavenly formation is about to open. Hurry and prepare, we have to rush over as soon as possible. The heavenly formation will only be open for 6 hours, and if we can't enter the altar within 6 hours, we won't be able to ascend. Today, I must go to the heavenly domain. In the future, I will also become famous in the heavenly domain. Look, the heavenly road is opening in the north. Let's hurry over." In the sky, balls of light suddenly shot out, and the vast power was incomparably majestic and shocking. A stairway to the heavens actually descended from the sky, and there were a total of 99,999 steps. From afar, these steps looked like they were hundreds of thousands of meters tall, and each step emitted an indescribable power. At the top of the steps, there were 100 small altars, and the positions of those altars were the altars that allowed people to ascend to the heavens. As long as anyone could ascend to the heavenly altar, they would be able to smoothly head to the heavenly domain. However, if one wanted to reach the heavenly altar, they would have to rely on their own abilities to ascend to the altar. Those who were weak would definitely become stepping stones for the strong. Swoosh swoosh. Waves of terrifying aura burst out in an instant, and figures flew towards the sky stairway one after another. Many buildings in sky-piercing city crumbled under the force of the shockwaves. The first altar will definitely be this old man's. A holy emperor was the first to rush to the heaven stairway, climbed up, and laughed heartily. He quickly followed the heaven stairway and quickly flew up. However, just as he reached the 100 steps to heaven stairway, a palm attacked him from behind, forcefully grabbing his shoulder and directly throwing him out. The person who attacked from behind shouted in shock, "You nameless pawns, what qualifications do you have to sit on the first heaven altar?" Immediately after, figures caught up from behind, and waves of crisscrossing power began to explode. These people not only wanted to fight for the position of the heaven altar, but also wanted to seize the position of the first heaven altar in their hands to display their most tyrannical strength. As the thousands of holy emperors and saints attacked, miserable screams rang out one after another, and bloody mist continuously exploded. In just a short moment, many of the martial artists were killed or injured. This part of the world was shaken by the spatial energy, but the heaven stairway was not affected in the slightest. Rays of holy light shone, making people feel that it was incomparably mystical, causing people to exclaim in admiration. As the battle went on, powerful spiritual beasts of all shapes and sizes appeared out of thin air, causing the battle scene to become even more intense and unusual. In the end, the old holy emperor still won. A skinny peak holy emperor had already silently arrived at the heaven altar. He carried a long sword on his back, and his expression was rather arrogant. Beside him was a mutated level 9 spirit beast. One man and one beast emitted a terrifying aura, giving people the feeling that a stranger was approaching. He sat firmly on the first altar and began to close his eyes, no longer paying attention to the people fighting below. That seems to be the old holy emperor of the myriad sword sect. The first heaven altar was taken by him. So be it. There are still 99 heaven altars. Hurry up and take them. F***ck, the second heaven altar is mine. I'll kill whoever dares to fight with me. Kill. Whoever dares to block this holy emperor's path will die. Cries of surprise rang out one after another as figures flew up the heaven stairway. Very quickly, the 100 heaven altars were filled. However, there were also many people who died on the spot before their butts even warmed up, and their corpses fell from the sky. Chapter 1042. Crimson blood splattered all over the place. Screams and hisses could be heard, shaking the heavens and the earth. Many multicolored spatial energies kept churning, and anyone who got close to the heaven stairway would be attacked by their opponents with all their might. At this moment, there was only the heaven stairway and the altar of heaven in their eyes. No matter who the other party was, they would risk their lives to ascend the altar of heaven. The first person to rush up might not be the first person to ascend the altar of heaven, and the last person to attack might not be the last person to sit on the altar of heaven. This was because the heaven connecting formation would be open for 6 hours, and there would be many changes during this time. There were still many people under the heaven connecting formation who had not made a move yet. They were all planning to strike later to gain the upper hand. Only when both sides were injured would they make their move. However, half of the people on the altar of heaven were already seated, because they were all holy emperors, and every one of them was at least a mid-level holy emperor. The remaining positions on the altar of heaven were the most variable. Even a low-level holy emperor could be killed at any time. Among them, there were also some abnormal monsters who could fight above their level. Although they were only half a holy emperor, they displayed the true strength of a holy emperor. There were even some who wielded demigod weapons and killed in all directions. In short, it all depended on one's own means to fight for a spot. They're just a bunch of mad dogs. Kill them all, but there will always be a spot for me. A peak saint who had not yet ascended the heaven stairway muttered to himself as he watched the fierce battle. The power that splashed onto his body all stopped in front of him, unable to harm him at all. In another direction, there were 3 middle-aged men watching all of this coldly. They were only peak saints, but judging from their resolute eyes, it seemed that they were determined to get a spot. There were several groups of people like this who had not made a move yet. They all seemed very confident and did not look anxious at all. After the last 2 hours, these people finally began to move. These were all experts who had cultivated in seclusion, and each of them had the ability to fight above their level. The various trump cards they displayed made people's scalps go numb. At this moment, a handsome young man dressed in white walked over with dragon-like gait and tiger-like strides. He was handsome, elegant, and dignified. His style was exceptional, as if he was a prince on a trip. He gave others a domineering feeling, but they couldn't sense the aura he exuded, so they couldn't guess just how powerful he was. He did not care about anyone's fight. Like a swimming fish, he took strange steps and arrived at the heaven stairway. Wasn't this person Ling Xiao, who was going to the heaven region? As for Feng Qingyuan, he had already kept her into the medicine cauldron to accompany Euro Fei. After observing for a while, he finally understood the cruelty of the path to heaven. Nearly 10,000 people wanted to step onto the path of ingress, but in the end, only 1 in 1,000 people could actually make it. The rest could only face the fate of being killed. Of course, there were also many who lost their confidence and changed their minds at the last minute, not going up. Ling Xiao didn't want to fight with anyone. With his strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to snatch a position. He just wanted to feel the power contained in the heaven stairway. With every step he took, he could feel a kind of power revolving around his body, and the divine soul in his sea of consciousness could clearly feel it, and it produced a kind of resonance with the power of the heaven stairway. Ling Xiao was sure that these 99,999 heaven stairway were condensed from the power of God, and not real heaven stairway that was made of stone. This kind of great power made Ling Xiao yearn for the God realm even more. After my soul became divine soul, I seem to have a special kind of power, as if I can use any kind of power to change many things. Maybe this heaven stairway is a kind of evolution of God's power. Ling Xiao thought in his heart. He used his heart to feel this feeling, and his divine soul became more and more refined. All kinds of mysteries revolved around him, but for a moment, he couldn't grasp that feeling, and he couldn't understand the existence of that power. It was a pity that someone didn't want him to feel these wonderful feelings in peace. A disdainful laugh came from behind. "Useless trash, take your time here, get down." As the voice came, a sharp power attacked from behind Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't even turn his head, and his figure lightly jumped up, dodging that person's sneak attack. That person shouted unwillingly, "You're just trying to be mysterious. Go to hell." These people suddenly increased their attacks, and long spears formed the shape of water dragons, roaring towards Ling Xiao. This person's strength was not bad, and he was in the high-level saint realm, but he could burst out with the battle strength of half a holy emperor. Ling Xiao didn't say a word. His legs moved lightly, and a wind blade with a strong deathly aura burst out, directly attacking the spear's shadows. The water dragons were destroyed, and the wind blade directly wrapped around the high-level saint. The thick, sticky deathly aura instantly corroded the high-level saint's life force, and even invaded his physical body until nothing was left. That high-ranking saint only let out a miserable shriek before disappearing from this world with an extremely terrified look on his face. When Ling Xiao reached the 1000th heaven stairway, a few more domineering forces blasted towards him. Ling Xiao dodged to the side, only to see several people riding different spiritual beasts. They grouped together in several different directions, forming a small-scale offensive formation. The power they produced was rather impressive, almost enough to take on 2 low-level Saint Kings at the peak of the Saint King realm. One of the saints roared at Ling Xiao, "Hurry up and retreat, or else you'll die here." As long as they had one less opponent, they would have more chances to enter the skyscraper altar. Ling Xiao looked at him coldly and said, "Don't provoke me." With that, he continued to climb the heaven stairway. However, these people didn't want Ling Xiao to go up, and they all attacked Ling Xiao together, intending to kill Ling Xiao in one fell swoop. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Before the smoke dispersed, a peak saint laughed coldly and said, "You really don't want to die." Before he could finish speaking, the shadow of a foot had already stepped on his mouth. The force of the foot was like a collapsing mountain, and its power was extremely terrifying. Not only was his mouth smashed, but even half of his face was caved in, and blood flowed wildly. The power of the deathly aura invaded, corroding his entire body. The others were shocked, and they all attacked Ling Xiao again with their spirit beasts. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao no longer showed them mercy, and the shadows of his legs carried the deathly aura, completely reaping their lives. "I told you not to provoke me, but you still want to test my patience," Ling Xiao said in disdain, and he increased his speed to the top. He didn't want to be pestered by these people, and in the end, he would be late. It didn't take long to reach the top at full speed, and everyone's attention was focused on the altar of heaven, so there weren't many obstructions when he reached the top. When Ling Xiao reached the top, the battle became even more chaotic. In order to fight for the position of the altar of heaven, everyone fought with their lives on the line, showing no mercy. Some people even attacked their own companions, which was extremely cruel. The dozens of people who had reached the intermediate stage of the Holy Emperor all had smiles on their faces, as if they were watching a show, and they seemed to be taking pleasure in the misfortune of others. Ling Xiao had already noticed that among the people from the Wanjian house, there were already 15 holy emperors who had taken up many positions, and no one dared to cause trouble for them. Out of all the forces that came to fight for the top 100 positions, this was the force that occupied the most positions. It was no wonder that the Wanjian house was the most powerful force in the stronghold. "Brat, get out of my way!" A tall and sturdy man who came later shouted, and the broadsword in his hand slashed at Ling Xiao, who was blocking his way. The broadsword only managed to cut Ling Xiao's afterimage in half. Ling Xiao had already arrived behind the man, and he pressed his hand on the man's back without mercy. A ball of heavenly fire suddenly erupted, directly burning the man into ashes. This scene fell into the eyes of many people, and they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It should be known that the person who had just come up was a half-holy emperor, but he couldn't even block one move from this young man before turning into ashes. It could be seen how terrifying this young man's strength was. Ling Xiao looked at the positions above him, and suddenly discovered that among the people from the Wanjian house, Lu Cuiyun and Yuan Yanzi were also among them. When the two of them felt Ling Xiao's gaze, they felt their scalps go numb. They were praying that Ling Xiao wouldn't come looking for trouble with them. Unfortunately, the more they prayed, the more Ling Xiao rushed in their direction. "Scram and I'll spare your lives," Ling Xiao coldly shouted at Lu Cuiyun and Yuan Yanzi. "Ling Xiao, don't go too far. We were wrong before, and we can apologize to you. If there's a position over there, you can take it. Why must you make things difficult for us?" Lu Cuiyun timidly looked at Ling Xiao. Yuan Yanzi also echoed, "That's right, my martial uncle will let you go. Don't be so ungrateful." Ling Xiao didn't want to waste words with these two, and wanted to attack them. At this moment, the Holy Emperor, who had fought with Ling Xiao before, opened his mouth. "Ling Xiao, why must you be so unreasonable? If you want a position, I can make them give it to you. But if you want them to leave, that's too much. This holy emperor was the one who obtained the first altar of heaven. His strength was definitely one of the top 2 or 3 people here. The surrounding holy emperors looked at Ling Xiao with puzzled expressions. They didn't understand why these people from the Wanjian house would be so afraid of this young man. They all thought to themselves, could it be that this person has a great background? Whether it's too much or not, it's not up to you. I'm already being merciful by not killing them. If you want to go to the heaven realm, wait until next year, Ling Xiao said to the holy emperor. At the same time, the golden dragon spear appeared in his hand, and his aura continued to rise. He didn't know if the holy emperor would make a move, but he had to be prepared for any eventuality. However, before the holy emperor could make a move, Lu Tzueyun took advantage of the moment when Ling Xiao was distracted to suddenly attack. A long whip shot towards Ling Xiao like a snake, and a heavenly lightning seed appeared in her other hand, which she smashed towards Ling Xiao. Go to hell! Lu Tzueyun shouted angrily. Chapter 1043. Lu Tzueyun's attack was extremely vicious. She first immobilized Ling Xiao, then bombarded Ling Xiao with the heavenly lightning seed. All of this happened in an instant. It was impossible to defend against. However, Ling Xiao had already attained the divine soul realm. His reactions were much faster and sharper than the holy emperor's. When the long whip wrapped around him, he had already disappeared from where he stood. Only an afterimage remained. The heavenly lightning seed did not land on him. Instead, it changed direction and attacked Yuan Yinzi. Damn it! Yuan Yinzi roared as he saw the heavenly lightning seed approaching him in the blink of an eye. He quickly dodged. Boom! Although his reaction was not slow, he was still affected. His clothes were torn. On the other side of the altar, the holy emperor could not help but curse. I wanted to spare your life, but you can die now. Ling Xiao's voice sounded from behind Lu Tzueyun. At the same time, his fist was already mercilessly smashing towards the back of Lu Tzueyun's head. Stop! The holy emperor of the 10,000 sword sect finally could not help but make a move. He shouted and bounced up from the altar. The holy sword on his back was instantly unsheathed. Sword in 4 directions. Tens of thousands of sword lights pierced towards Ling Xiao's back. The chilling sword aura sent chills down everyone's spines. The holy emperor had already made up his mind to kill Ling Xiao. Originally, he was a little afraid of Ling Xiao's strength. But now, Ling Xiao was once again picking a fight with him and ignoring his words. If this was not a challenge to his authority, what was? Ling Xiao sensed the terrifying sword attack coming from behind. His attack immediately turned from a fist into a claw. He grabbed Lu Tzueyun, who had yet to react, and threw her backwards. The holy emperor did not expect Ling Xiao to be so ruthless. He used the 10,000 sword sect as a weapon to counterattack. The distance was too close, and he had no time to withdraw his attack. The sword lights were merciless. The terrified Lu Tzueyun was shredded into pieces, and countless drops of blood rained down from the sky. Damn thief, how dare you bully me like this, the holy emperor roared angrily. The sword techniques in his hand became even more complicated and terrifying. Streaks of sword light shot out, tearing the heavens and splitting the earth. It was extremely terrifying. Those who were originally sitting quietly on the altar of heaven all moved away, afraid that they would be affected. As for those who came later, they were killed by these sword lights before they could even warm up their butts. Damn it, don't tell me you want to destroy the temple of heaven. There's still an hour before we reach the sky, but they're still so angry. If this goes on, we'll attack together and blast them down. Let's just wait and see. With that old man from the sect, we can't die. This young man really doesn't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. There are so many empty seats and he just has to make things difficult for the myriad sword sect. All of the holy emperors on the fishing platform shouted in displeasure. They were angry that Ling Xiao had broken the rules, causing the holy emperor from the 10,000 sword sect to make a move. Ling Xiao could not be bothered with them. His battle intent surged, and his strength continued to rise. Dragon scales appeared on his body, but no more dragon horns grew on his head. Jing Xing's transformation had been suppressed by his divine soul, but his battle prowess was still monstrous. He brandished his spear and fought against the peak stage Saint Emperor. He didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. The more the holy emperor fought, the more shocked he became. He had thought that Ling Xiao, as a mid-level holy emperor, would be able to fight a high-level holy emperor. He had overestimated Ling Xiao, but he had never thought that Ling Xiao would be able to fight on equal footing with him at his peak. Ling Xiao's battle prowess was simply too monstrous. With his peak strength, it would not be a problem for him to fight 3 high-level holy emperors at the same time, but now, he could not even deal with this mid-level holy emperor. It was truly ironic. In the end, he did not want to miss the opportunity to ascend, so he summoned his level 9 mutant holy beast. Little thief, you should be proud that you can die at my hands today. Old friend, let's get rid of him together. The holy emperor roared. Sword fury raging waves. The holy emperor gave it his all, and waves of sword light surrounded Ling Xiao like a tsunami. At the same time, his holy beast was waiting, ready to deal a fatal blow to Ling Xiao the moment he escaped. Ling Xiao also realized that it would not do him any good if he continued to fight. He roared, and the sound of a dragon's roar shook thousands of miles, shattering many of the sword light rays. At the same time, he used his limitless doppelganger technique to its fullest. There were a total of 108 figures, and they destroyed all the sword light rays, before launching a counterattack against the holy emperor. Although Ling Xiao had withstood the attack, there were many sword wounds on his body, and blood flowed from them. The holy emperor did not expect Ling Xiao's counterattack to be so ferocious. Every move caused his hand to go numb, and he could not help but think of the phrase, "The fist is afraid of the young." Although he was strong, he was already old. If this went on, he was afraid that he would be the one to die. Fortunately, his holy beast pounced on Ling Xiao, giving him a chance to catch his breath. Ling Xiao sneered and shouted, "Today, I will use your flag to ascend to the heavens." After saying that, the divine soul in his sea of consciousness instantly appeared beside him. There were 2 identical Ling Xiao, and both of them had flesh and blood, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that one of them was more holy than the other, constantly emitting a kind of divine light that made people want to worship it. The saint emperors on the sidelines all felt a terrifying pressure weighing down on their hearts, causing them to feel an urge to submit. This was definitely not the limitless body art. One was the real body, and the other was the divine soul. However, the power of the divine soul was already much stronger than his physical body. "Let me see just how powerful you are," the real body said faintly to the divine soul. Immediately after, the real body handed the golden dragon spear to the divine soul. The divine soul took the golden dragon spear, and its aura suddenly changed. The power emitted by the heaven-connecting formation was actually drawn by it. Everyone was shocked. They thought that the heaven-connecting formation was about to be destroyed, and they returned to the heaven domain in advance. The divine soul sneered, and the tyrant dragon spear art in his hand started to evolve. All the various powers in the surroundings gathered under his guidance. Even the great power emitted by the heaven-connecting formation was drawn, and a terrifying feeling assaulted everyone's heads. The holy emperor felt timid. He did not know why, but when he looked at the other Ling Xiao, he felt incomparably afraid. The holy beast that listened to his command roared and rushed towards the 2 Ling Xiao. The divine soul's eyes turned cold, and he sneered, "A mere holy beast dares to show off in front of me." He wielded the spear and leisurely swept towards the rank 9 holy beast. The spear pierced out with his bare hands, and an indescribable great power erupted. A golden light flashed, and an earth-shattering explosion resounded. The ferocious mutant holy beast was blasted into pieces before it could even get close to the divine soul. Not even a trace of blood remained. After everything was destroyed, everyone became incomparably terrified. What a terrifying power! Even the Holy Emperor at the peak is not this powerful. Who is this young man? Why haven't I heard of him before? Could it be that those hidden old monsters have achieved great success in their cultivation and regained their youth? No matter what, we must not provoke this person. He is too terrifying. That myriad sword sect old man has wasted his life. He might not be human, could he be a god? Ling Zhao's real body laughed and said, "That's right. Let's kill that old bastard as well. He's always pretending to be benevolent and righteous. It's annoying to see him." The divine soul laughed, "Of course. If you're annoyed, then I'm annoyed too. There's no difference." As the divine soul's voice fell, his figure had already arrived in front of the Holy Emperor at the peak. The peak Holy Emperor's face was ashen, but he did not beg for mercy like an ordinary person. Instead, he revealed a bit of backbone and said, "If you want to kill this old man, you have to pay the price. If I can't reach the heavens, then don't even think about reaching the heavens. Destroy." After saying that, he actually forcefully raised his strength towards the god realm. He had already accumulated for thousands of years and wanted to break through to the god realm for a long time, but he had never been able to see what kind of realm it was. Now that he felt the divine soul in front of him, he seemed to have grasped something, but unfortunately, he was still unable to comprehend its essence. He knew that he would not be able to escape death, so he simply chose to self-destruct and destroy this heaven-connecting formation, letting everyone die with him. "You want to self-destruct? Have you asked me for my permission?" The divine soul sneered and raised his palm. The surrounding power was drawn over by him like a tide, and he even borrowed some of the power of the heaven-connecting formation. Many powers formed a prison, forcibly imprisoning the peak Holy Emperor's body. The peak Holy Emperor's power was already rising, but his body could not explode. He only felt that he was completely squeezed in a narrow space. He stared angrily, and his eyes revealed a look of unwillingness. "I still don't have enough power. If you want to self-destruct, get lost." The divine soul frowned slightly and murmured. He waved his hand and threw the peak Holy Emperor tens of thousands of meters away. Bang! An earth-shattering sound of self-destruction echoed tens of thousands of meters away, making everyone's heart palpitate. Everyone who saw this scene felt a chill in their hearts, and the way they looked at Ling Xiao was full of respect. Yuan Yinzi had long seen that Ling Xiao could fight on par with his uncle master, so he had already hidden outside the Temple of Heaven, ready to escape if anything went wrong. However, Ling Xiao's real body had already killed him under the invincible fist will. When the people from the 10,000 sword sect saw that Ling Xiao had killed 3 of them so brazenly, not only did they not have any intention of resisting, but they also ran as far away as they could, waiting for the next year to go to the Temple of Heaven. They were all afraid that Ling Xiao would find them and kill them all. Ling Xiao's real body and divine soul merged into one, and a confident and satisfied smile appeared on his face. Chapter 1044. The peak of the myriad sword sect, the Holy Emperor, who was one of the top experts in the stronghold, had fallen. For a moment, those who were fighting for the altar of heaven looked at Ling Xiao with incomparable reverence. The rest of the myriad sword sect had already left the altar of heaven. This time, they no longer had a share in the journey to the heavens. One of the high-level Holy Emperor bowed slightly and said to Ling Xiao, "Sir, please take a seat. The position of the first altar of heaven belongs to you." There was still about a quarter of an hour before they would ascend to the heavens. Because of the battle between Ling Xiao and the peak of the Holy Emperor, everyone had been forced to leave the altar of heaven. Now, they were preparing to sit down again, but with Ling Xiao here, they didn't dare to sit down first. The others also spoke respectfully to Ling Xiao. That's right, this Lord's divine power is unparalleled, and he is a role model for our generation. Please take a seat first. My Lord is a hero, and the Myriad Sword sect is truly blind to have offended you. If anyone else from the Myriad Sword sect comes, I am willing to serve you like a dog. My Lord, please take a seat first. The heaven connecting formation is about to disappear. That's right, that's right. My Lord, please take a seat first. Please take care of us when we reach the heaven domain. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered with those people who were fawning over him. With a light kick, he landed on the first altar of heaven. At this time, the 10,000 Tao stairway to heaven was gradually shrinking, and the formation's energy was also shrinking. Many of the holy emperors returned to their positions, quietly waiting for the moment they ascended to the heavens. Those empty seats once again caused a storm of carnage. Many saints gave their all and used endless killing methods, hoping to be able to take the position of the altar of heaven at the last moment. After a lot of fighting, most of the seats on the altar of heaven had already been occupied by people. The remaining seats were finally occupied by a few ruthless and fierce people who fought above their levels, pulling the others down from their horses and luckily ascending the altar. Swoosh swoosh. Tens of thousands of rays of light scattered down, and balls of mighty power circulated in this world. The 100 people who had ascended the altar all felt as if they had been bathed in divine light. Their bodies and minds felt comfortable, and their faces were filled with excitement and satisfaction. It was as if all the killing that had happened before had become a fleeting cloud. As for those who had yet to ascend to the altar, they could only look up at this miraculous scene, hoping that they would be able to attempt it again in the coming year. The rays of light were like shuttles. Ling Xiao had already made preparations to ascend to the heavens. He felt that this place should be similar to the teleportation array's teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at another place. However, his estimation was still wrong this time. This heaven-connecting array might be similar to a transmission array, but its transfer speed seemed to be slower than a transmission array. Although he could not see his surroundings clearly, his divine soul could sense this endless dark space. His body seemed to be piercing through the universe, flying along a certain trajectory. He knew that this heaven-connecting array was not slower than a transmission array. In fact, it was many times faster. The reason why it was so slow was because the fortress was too far away from the heaven region, so the time taken for the transmission was much longer. Ling Xiao did not know how long had passed. Perhaps it was just a short while, or perhaps a few years had passed. Finally, his body was thrown heavily onto the ground. The force of the throw was so strong that even an ordinary sage would be severely injured. Even Ling Xiao felt that his blood flow was not smooth. Fortunately, his body was stronger than ordinary people, and he immediately bounced up from the ground. As he breathed, he felt that the heaven and earth spiritual qi was extremely dense. This was something that he had never felt in the Xianling continent or in the heaven region fortress. Apart from that, there was also the aura of the source of the energy. It was a relatively pure and vast source of energy. Ling Xiao could not help but close his eyes. His body's supreme Guiyuan art, ancient emperor divine art, the three great exotic creatures, and his divine soul all absorbed the energy to their heart's content. After a while, Ling Xiao actually entered a state where he forgot about himself and his surroundings. The heaven and earth spiritual qi wrapped around Ling Xiao, allowing him to absorb it to increase his strength. However, before he could enjoy the pleasure enough, a rough voice sounded. This new little rat actually has the mood to cultivate? Looks like he still doesn't know what's going on. Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes, trying to figure out who had come to meditate. At the same time, he scolded himself for being careless. He had just arrived in the heaven region, but he had actually let down his guard. If the other party had suddenly attacked him, he would have been at a great disadvantage. He saw a muscular man riding a black tiger, holding a large saber in his hand. His muscles were bulging, and his veins were bulging. His face was filled with hostility, and he stared at Ling Xiao as if he was looking at prey. His eyes were filled with disdain. This person already had the strength of a peak intermediate holy emperor, but Ling Xiao felt that the true battle power he contained was not limited to this. Moreover, he also felt that there were many powerful auras around him, and there were even a few that made him feel apprehensive. Only now did Ling Xiao notice the situation around him. This was a barren land, and the trees and flowers did not grow. There were many stone mountains that towered into the sky, and they were especially majestic. Is this already the heaven region? Ling Xiao muttered to himself. The muscular man riding the black tiger did not think that this little rat, who had just arrived, would actually not put him in his eyes, which made him extremely angry. Lowly commoner, get your ass over here and kowtow to me. Otherwise, you won't be able to see tomorrow's sun. The muscular man shouted with a tremble of the large saber in his hand. The black tiger he was riding also let out a roar, and it sounded like a tiger roaring in the forest. Are you talking to me? Ling Xiao pointed to himself and asked softly. Nonsense. Didn't a lowly commoner like you come back from a place of exile? You actually dare to act in front of me, I'll hack you alive. The muscular man was extremely angry, and he casually swung the large saber in his hand, slashing towards Ling Xiao. This casual slash had already slashed out a several thousand-meter-long saber light, and its power was extraordinary. Rumble. The saber light left a long saber mark on the ground, like a bottomless crack after an earthquake, causing people to feel fear. Ling Xiao's figure was already nowhere to be seen. The muscular man said doubtfully, he couldn't have died so quickly, right? At this moment, his mount instantly flipped backwards and pounced towards a figure. That figure was Ling Xiao. He only saw his figure fluttering like the wind, dodging the black tiger's bite, and a sharp leg light swept towards the muscular man. Bang bang! The power of the wind god's kick was extraordinary, and each leg's shadow was like a blade, causing the muscular man to flip off the black tiger. Damn it, you're still a tough piece of shit, I'll kill you. The muscular man flew into a rage out of humiliation, and he burst forth with all his strength towards Ling Xiao. The black saber light carried a strong corrosive force, and it unceasingly slashed towards Ling Xiao. His black tiger mount emitted rays of light from its mouth, and it coordinated with the attack. Many of the mountain rocks were destroyed and turned into dust, and stone chips flew everywhere. The people in the surroundings had long since sensed this, and nearly 100 holy emperors' auras surged over from all directions. What is this Lu Haida doing? Didn't we ask him to capture a lowly commoner? Why is he causing such a big commotion? The leading pinnacle holy emperor said with some dissatisfaction. This person looked to be in his 30s, and his name was Tai Lang. He wore a set of mighty armor and sat on a wolf king, looking especially mighty and extraordinary. The other high-level saint emperor continued, the few lowly people that are sent every year won't be too weak. Even though they can be taken down easily, they won't be so lucky every time. However, this is also good. The stronger they are, the better their physique will be. When the time comes, they will have more strength to dig for ores. The most terrifying thing is that if they meet those old fellows, they might as well just kill them. This person's name was Lu Jinsi, and he looked a little older than Tai Feng. He was sitting on a dragon leopard. At this time, the group had already arrived at the place where Ling Xiao and the muscular man were fighting. At this time, the battle had already ended. Those people looked ahead, and their expressions became a little unnatural. They had originally thought that it would not be too difficult for their companions to capture a lowly commoner from the land of exile. After all, they had often done this in the past. Occasionally, they would encounter some accidents, but it should not be like this. Ling Xiao had already gripped the man's neck, and the black tiger had been stomped on the ground, but it was still roaring and roaring. Ling Xiao did not kill him. He still needed to understand the situation here, or else he would be the one to suffer. What a young lowly commoner. I can sense that he is actually not more than 100 years old, and he was able to take down Lu Haida. He must be a genius from the land of exile. He can be considered an amazing person on our side. Lu Jinsi could not help but sigh. No matter what, let's take him down first. If possible, send him to the prison arena to train. If he can really kill his way out, he can be bestowed with the identity of a domain dweller, and also obtain the Divine King's favor. At that time, we can also get some rewards. Tai Lang said, his eyes already revealing some interest. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Do you know what this place is? Hurry up and put him down." Ling Xiao obediently put down the person in his hands, and at the same time replied, "Isn't this the heavenly domain? This is my first time here, so I don't know the rules. What are you all doing?" Ling Xiao did not act too overbearing, nor did he dare to act too weak. He only treated it as a misunderstanding. Those who come from the stronghold are all lowly commoners, and they do not have any status in the heavenly domain. If you want to live, then obediently listen to our orders, or you will definitely not live past today. Tai Lang said faintly. Ling Xiao frowned, quickly thinking, although the heavenly domain is a cultivation paradise, it is also a place of merciless slaughter. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, I am willing to listen to your orders." Tai Lang, Lu Jinsi, and the others did not expect Ling Xiao to be so obedient. This saved them a lot of trouble. Then, a pill appeared in Lu Jinsi's hand, and he threw it towards Ling Xiao, saying, "Eat it." Ling Xiao caught the pill, and after a moment of hesitation, he swallowed it. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.